Chapter 2620. Morning, Jing Jing. How did you sleep last night? Did you have any nightmares? Lin Yi asked. No, I dreamt that I went to fight monsters with Lin Yi Gidge. I slept really well. Han Jingjing didn't seem to be affected by yesterday's events at all. Jing Jing, send all the information to the cloud and set a password. Even if the tablet is stolen, it'll be fine. I won't have to worry about them cracking the password. Jing Jing can delete it from other apps at any time. Oh. Lin Yi didn't really understand. He only nodded and let out a sigh of relief. He was worried about Han Jingjing's emotions, but it seemed like she wasn't affected at all. Breakfast is ready. Let's go eat together. Okay. Han Jingjing nodded and went to wake up her brother, Han Xiaoqiao, and went to eat with Lin Yi. Today, 3 things happened in the school. The first was that the school was going to host a charity gala. This was an event that was held every year. The school consciously cultivated the love of the students. During the gala, some items would be auctioned. Some of these items were donated by students, and some were donated by celebrities. However, the money from the auction would be donated according to the situation. For example, remote areas, welfare homes, orphanages, and so on. The donation targets were randomly decided by the school, but when Lin Yi heard the news, the first place that came to his mind was Yu Xiaoke's orphanage. At the school's auction, although students were the main group, there was no lack of successful graduates and socialites participating. Although the number of these people was not large, it was not a small number. There weren't many of them, but the amount of money they donated was much more than the student. Especially in a provincial city like Donghai, these celebrities' donations were usually in the millions. So, the total amount of money raised by the charity gala was quite sizable. So, Lin Yi had an idea. For this kind of thing, Lin Yi could only ask Boss Bai. Considering his special position in the school, Lin Yi thought that he should be able to put in a good word for him, right? As expected, after Boss Bai received Lin Yi's call, he agreed readily. Okay, I understand. I'll suggest it to the school. It wasn't a big problem. I can't give you the money for your own use, but I can donate it to the orphanage. After all, I was planning to donate the money to someone in need. Thank you, Teacher Bai. After what happened yesterday, the relationship between Lin Yi and Boss Bai had gotten a lot closer. Now that Boss Bai had agreed to help, in that case, there shouldn't be much of a problem. It's nothing. It's not a big deal. Boss Bai smiled and said indifferently. The second thing was that Zhao Qibing's floating cloud bar had opened near the school. Su Jiaonong found some students and started distributing flyers in the school. Lin Yi received one as well. Qibing's action surprised Lin Yi. This guy was actually trying to get close to him. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? The third thing was that Pinliang was back. But this time, he kept a low profile as he went back to school. He didn't challenge Lin Yi, nor did he challenge Lin Yi directly. Instead, he went to register with Xiaofu as usual and went to class as usual. Although Lin Yi heard the news, the two didn't do anything. Lin Yi naturally wouldn't cause trouble for them. He was happy with the peace. After the first class, Lin Yi called Yu Xiaoke, planning to ask her about the orphanage. Yu Xiaoke had quite a headache recently. There was a saying that went like this. The orphanage was now famous, and the new building was very beautiful and practical. As a result, the number of orphans had increased a lot, especially the sick orphans. They were sent to Yu Xiaoke's orphanage from hospitals all over the country. It couldn't be helped. Some poor people had children, and the children were sick. They didn't have money to treat them, so they could only leave them in the hospital. The parents couldn't be blamed for this. They had no choice. As far as they were concerned, if there was a kind-hearted person or the orphanage, the child might be able to live. But if they couldn't be treated and brought home, they would die. However, this kind of sick orphan was rarely adopted. Even if those infertile couples adopted children, they would adopt healthy ones. Who would adopt a sick baby? And so, the monthly medical expenses became the second biggest expense after the orphanage's construction and food. And it was increasing every day. Yu Xiaoke couldn't just ignore the sick abandoned babies, could she? She wouldn't be Yu Xiaoke if she was that cruel. And so, Xiaoke was willing to lower the standard of food for the children in the orphanage just to save up the medical fees for these children. At this moment, Yu Xiaoke was thinking about accepting missions from the thief's door. She couldn't find one that was suitable. The ones with too much money were too dangerous, or they were unrealistic. The simple ones were too little money, and they wasted a lot of time. Yu Xiaoke really didn't know what to choose. Lin Yi's call came in, and Xiaoke was already a little annoyed. She didn't want to pick up the phone when she saw her admirer's call, but Lin Yi was her savior, and it wouldn't be right if she didn't pick it up. She had no choice but to pick it up. Hello? Lin Yi, you're looking for me? Oh, I'm just asking. How's the orphanage? Do we have enough money? Lin Yi frowned when he heard the bad tone in Yu Xiaoke's voice. What was wrong with Yu Xiaoke? Did she eat gunpowder? Did she have this attitude every time he saw her? It's fine. You don't have to worry about the money. I'll take care of it myself. Yu Xiaoke said coldly. I'm ready to accept a mission from the thief's door. It's hard, but if I do it well, I'll get 10 million. You're going to accept a mission from the thief's door again? Lin Yi paused. He was about to say that he hadn't learned his lesson from last time. But then, he realized that his identity was Lin Yi, not the male thief. How would he know about the tomb robbery? Yu Xiaoke only mentioned the mission to him, but she didn't tell him the details. Lin Yi quickly changed his words. The missions there are very hard, right? It's hard even for me. If you go, you'll be at a disadvantage. I don't need your concern. Yu Xiaoke didn't know why, but she was unhappy whenever Lin Yi cared about her. Chapter 2631. Charity dinner. She felt that Lin Yi had ulterior motives towards her. She tried her best to distance herself from Lin Yi. What should I do if I don't accept the mission? You really don't know the cost of daily necessities unless you're in charge. Every day, the orphanage receives many sick abandoned babies from all over the country. Just the medical fees for these abandoned babies is a huge expense. What should I do if I don't take on missions? I see. Lin Yi didn't expect the orphanage to be so big. He didn't want Yu Xiaoke to be too tired. Don't make it hard for yourself. I'll help you think of a solution. Other than Fatty Lie's investment, I'll help you think of solutions. In a few days, our school will have a charity dinner. There'll be an auction to raise money. I've already told my teacher that all the money will be donated to your orphanage. Ha! Donated to me? Yu Xiaoke paused. Then, she was happy. But after the happiness, her eyes flashed with deep worry. Lin Yi was too generous with his help. She couldn't believe that Lin Yi was helping the orphanage just for the sake of it. Even if he was a philanthropist, there was no need for him to do this, right? Unless she was a staff member of the orphanage like Yu Xiaoke, wouldn't she? In fact, Lin Yi wasn't so naive. Lin Yi did this because of the other male thief's identity. However, Yu Xiaoke didn't know about these things. The money this time should be quite a lot. According to my teacher, the charity dinner every year can raise at least 10 million, up to 100 million. So, forget about that thief's door mission. Lin Yi said. How old are you? You should enjoy life and do things that are appropriate for a girl your age. What should a girl my age do? Yu Xiaoke didn't understand. She really didn't know what she should do at her age. Ever since she grew up, she had been running around for the orphanage. She didn't know what she should do. For example, go shopping, do beauty treatments, buy some pretty clothes. Lin Yi thought about it and told Yu Xiaoke what the Miss and Shu often did. Yu Xiaoke was speechless. Do you think I'm a Ms. Perfect? Where would I get the money? I'll give it to you. Lin Yi said. Goodbye. Yu Xiaoke was so angry that she almost threw the phone. If it weren't for the fact that she had to buy a new phone, she would have thrown it out already, but she still hung up on Lin Yi angrily. Timph. You're finally showing your true colors. You're giving me money. You want me to go shopping and buy clothes. Isn't that the same as protecting me? I finally know what you're thinking. You really are interested in me. But, what should I do? What should I do? If Lin Yi really was interested in her, could she reject him? If she rejected him, what if he stopped collecting money for the orphanage? But, She couldn't betray the male thief. If she hadn't met the male thief, Xiaoke wouldn't have been so against him. It wasn't easy to find someone with the ability to pay for the orphanage's expenses, and it wasn't a bad idea to be taken care of by him. For the sake of the orphanage's children, she could accept it. But now, Yu Xiaoke had someone else in her heart, and her thoughts had changed. She was very against the meaning that Lin Yi revealed. This is so annoying. What should I do? Yu Xiaoke was troubled. She couldn't reject the temptation of Lin Yi's money, but she didn't want anything to happen between her and Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't look like an idiot who didn't want anything in return. So, Yu Xiaoke knew that if she kept owing him more and more, she would be in big trouble. She'd be in big trouble. Forget it, he'd just muddle through and deal with what was in front of him first. He hadn't responded to Lin Yi directly, and it was his business if he was willing to give the money. He'd just have to reject the offer if it came out in the open. It wasn't like he'd ask for the money back, could he? The male thief was the best. He gave her so much money and good stuff without asking for anything in return. He was so much better than Lin Yi. If Lin Yi knew what Yu Xiaoke was thinking, he'd probably be depressed. How much did the male thief give her? His identity as Lin Yi gave her more than 10 times what the male thief gave her. But at this moment, Lin Yi looked at the phone in his hand curiously. What was wrong with Yu Xiaoke? Did she just hang up and say goodbye? And she seemed to be going berserk. He just asked her to go shopping. Did she have to do this? Could it be that she hated shopping? Lin Yi shook his head, but he didn't call Yu Xiaoke again. He'd told her everything he needed to, and when the money from the auction came out, he'd just donate it to the orphanage. After class at noon, Boss Bai took care of this matter. He directed the donation to the Songshan orphanage and announced the details of the charity party in front of the whole class. This Friday night, our school will be hosting an annual charity party, Boss Bai said. I think a lot of students have already seen the news on the school's forum. As for the details, I still need to go into it. The charity party is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the auction. The so-called auction is for everyone to donate some auction items and put them up for auction. There is no specific type of auction item, anything is fine, but it has to be something worthy, otherwise it might not pass the audit. This is a voluntary donation. There are no special requirements. The people who will be participating in the auction are students like us, along with some alumni from previous years, teachers, and celebrities from the society. Everyone is willing to bid, and all the money from the auction will be donated to the orphanage. The second part is a voluntary donation. There are no restrictions on the amount of money you can donate. As for the third segment, it's a masquerade ball. However, there's a limit to the conditions for participation. Only those who have donated and successfully traded items in the previous auctions, or those who have successfully bid for the items, can participate. Chapter 26-21. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51, but it must be within the other party's ability, and it doesn't violate moral laws. If it's ambiguous, and the recognized party is unwilling to execute it, they can appeal to the school or me. The school or me will decide whether this matter can be done or not. However, if the guess is wrong, it's the opposite. The party who guessed wrong must agree to a condition of the guest party. The condition is the same as before, within the scope of the guest party's ability. So, those who want to guess randomly won't have a chance. After the students sitting in the classroom heard about the masquerade party, they were very excited. This was the first time they participated in this kind of activity. They had seen this activity on the school's BBS forum before. It was very interesting, and the things they were asked to do were also very strange. For example, dancing in the cafeteria, eating instant noodles in the toilet, and so on. Of course, there were some people who had wishful thinking and made a request to push down the goddess they admired, but they were rejected decisively. Even if they appealed to the school, it wouldn't be supported. However, the conditions to participate were a bit of a headache. They must have donated something, successfully traded, or bought an auction item. Fortunately, Boss Bai, a student majoring in medicine, wasn't poor. It wasn't difficult for him to take out some auction items or bid for an auction item. On the other hand, they couldn't participate even if they donated directly. Otherwise, they could participate in the masquerade party by simply donating 100 or 200 yuan. In fact, this direct donation session was prepared for some students who wanted to show their love but didn't have enough money. 1 or 2 yuan wasn't a problem. Although they couldn't participate in the masquerade party, it was still a kind gesture. Or those entrepreneurs who didn't want to be troubled, they wouldn't participate in the auction. Instead, they would donate hundreds of thousands or even millions just to save trouble. After all, their time was precious, and they didn't have the time to participate in a masquerade party. At noon, after school, everyone began to get busy with the charity party. However, Yu Coiling Tiger was very depressed. He had already received the news from old Yu about the Heavenly Elixir sect. He didn't get the alchemy information from Han Jingjing, and with Boss Bai's protection, outsiders couldn't intervene. Therefore, the heavy burden of exchanging information with Han Jingjing fell on Yu Coiling Tiger again. How were they supposed to change it? You can't snatch it here, so you want me to go exchange for it? What if Han Jingjing and Lin Yi suspect me and kill me? However, since it was a mission from Grandpa, Right Coiling Tiger couldn't refuse, so he pretended not to know that Han Jingjing had been robbed before. That place, the Five Elements sect. Patriarch Black Earth frowned as he looked at Little One and Little 11. Little 11, are you sure that Han Jingjing is dead? Yes, Master. In front of outsiders, Little 11 called Xian Chen Master. Only a few people knew that she was Xian Chen's daughter. I broke all the meridians in Han Jingjing's body. Her breasts and uterus exploded. If it weren't for the small reversion pill, she would have died. If he still had a breath left, he would have died long ago. Then why did they say that Han Jingjing is fine? He can still go to school today? Patriarch Xian Chen asked curiously, is that possible? Han Jingjing is fine. She can still go to school? Little 11 was stunned after hearing this. How is that possible? At that time, her injuries were comparable to Taganlong's. If Boss Bai went and had a way to save her life, I would believe it. But if he said that she was saved, I don't believe it. Could it be that Boss Bai has a top-grade 4th-grade Great Huan pill in his hands? Oh! Patriarch Xian Chen frowned. A top-grade 4th-grade Great Huan pill. In that case, it's really possible. Boss Bai can indeed refine 4th-grade pills at his peak, although he's crippled now. But it's hard to say that he doesn't have any stock. But, why doesn't he eat it himself? His injuries were caused by qi deviation and the flow of true qi in reverse. It may be different from normal injuries caused by external forces, right? Little One thought for a moment and said, or, his meridians have already recovered, but his level of alchemy hasn't recovered. Otherwise, after so many years, according to common sense, his meridians are all broken, and he hasn't practiced external body refining. Even if he's not dead, he should be half paralyzed. How could he be fine? Little One, you're right. Maybe Boss Bai has already recovered, but his strength can't recover. Patriarch Xian Chen nodded in realization and said, this old thing has hidden quite well. If the two of you hadn't guessed it, I would still be in the dark. Yes, but in order to save Taganlong, he should agree to donate a top-grade 4th-grade Great Huan pill, right? Little One asked. Let me ask. Who knows what this old thing is thinking? Patriarch Xian Chen shook his head and dialed Boss Bai's number. Boss Bai didn't expect Patriarch Xian Chen to call him again. He didn't know what it was, but he still picked it up. But this time, he was already on guard against Patriarch Xian Chen. He knew that Patriarch Xian Chen had the ambition of a wolf after all, and he would only suffer losses if he was too kind. Xian Chen, what's the matter? Boss Bai's voice was very indifferent, as if yesterday's events had never happened. Eldest senior brother, is Han Jingjing okay? I'm really sorry about what happened yesterday. I was worried all night. If anything happens to Han Jingjing, I will definitely not let Little One and Little 11 off easily, Patriarch Xian Chen said hypocritically. You should already know that Han Jingjing is fine by asking this, right? Boss Bai's heart shuddered, but his tone was still so calm. Your news is quite fast. It seems that you have been paying attention to me. Haha, I'm just worried about you, eldest senior brother, Patriarch Shen Chen said with a smile. Senior brother, congratulations on your meridians. What do you mean? Boss Bai's heart shuddered again, but he still asked calmly. Hihi, Han Jingjing's injuries are so serious, but she's as good as before. If it's not the effect of the top-grade 4th-grade Great Huan pill, what is it? Patriarch Shen Chen smiled slightly and said, I didn't expect eldest senior brother to still have some in stock. Even Han Jingjing can take the top-grade 4th-grade Great Huan pill. Of course, you have taken it yourself. Oh. Boss Bai thought to himself. It turned out that Patriarch Shen Chen had misunderstood. However, were Han Jingjing's injuries really that serious? But since it was so serious, how did Lin Yi heal her? Yesterday, Boss Bai didn't carefully examine Han Jingjing's injuries. He just looked at her appearance and felt that Han Jingjing's injuries were not light, but they were all superficial injuries. FF37, W03C9, 30 FB, off 4D. Chapter 26-22. Boss Bai's goal. He did not expect that Han Jingjing's meridians were also seriously damaged. At this time, after listening to Patriarch Xuanshen's words, he realized that even a great recovery pill would not work on Han Jingjing's injuries. Only a top-grade 4th-grade great recovery pill would work. However, Boss Bai did not refute Patriarch Xuanshen's words. If he did, it would be equivalent to exposing Lin Yi. By then, with Patriarch Xuanshen's character, he would definitely capture Lin Yi as a guinea pig for research, so Boss Bai gave an ambiguous "Oh. Eldest senior brother, you also know about Tagan Long's injuries. A 3rd-grade great recovery pill can only save his life, but it can't heal his injuries. Since you have a stock of top-grade 4th-grade great recovery pill, can you contribute one to the sect? Patriarch Shen Chen asked carefully. After all, you also know the usefulness of Tagan Long, so if he can recover, it will be quite important. Oh, but unfortunately, there's no more. Boss Bai said lightly, there was originally one last pill. If you had said it earlier, I would have given it to Tagan Long, but my disciple is injured, so I will definitely give it to my disciple first. So, sorry, there's no other way. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Little 11 for being too vicious. Without a top-grade 4th-grade great recovery pill, he can't be saved. This. Patriarch Shen Chen did not expect Boss Bai to say this, and he did not know what to say. However, he still did not believe it and did not give up, so he continued to persuade, eldest senior brother, this is a major event of our sect in the past 1,000 years. Let our sect return to the level of the primordial times and stand shoulder to shoulder with those primordial sects. This is the ultimate goal of our ancestors. As the leader of this generation, you must support this plan, right? Compared to our personal grievances and the sect's major events, you should be able to make the right choice as the leader, right? If I have more, I will definitely take it out. Don't worry, I will do it even if you don't say it. Boss Bai still said lightly, I know my identity better than you. I am the leader of the 5 Elements sect. I want the 5 Elements sect to return to the level of the primordial sects and return to the Heaven Stage Island, even if it means death. Because this is also my lifelong goal. Unfortunately, I really don't have it anymore. I'll refine it after I recover my strength. This. Patriarch Shen Chen frowned. Although he didn't really believe it, he knew Boss Bai's character. Since Boss Bai said so, it was probably true. So, he could only say, alright then, let's do that for now. If I successfully refine a 4th-grade top-grade great recover pill, I will contact you. Boss Bai said calmly. After hanging up the phone, Patriarch Shen Chen frowned and felt a little regretful. It seems that finding trouble with Han Jingjing and Lin Yi this time was a bad move. If I could contact Boss Bai first, maybe he would give Taganlong the top-grade 4th-grade great recover pill. With his feelings for the sect, he would definitely agree. Sigh, I took the wrong step. Master, don't be too sad. Since Boss Bai's injuries have healed, maybe he can refine a 4th-grade elixir. Besides, isn't second Uncle Master Xuanzhen also trying to break through to the 4th-grade alchemist? Little one comforted. That's true. Patriarch Shen Chen nodded. After Boss Bai hung up the phone, he fell into contemplation and shock. Lin Yi actually cured Han Jingjing's serious injuries. How did he do it? Boss Bai suddenly remembered what Lin Yi said and asked him in his study last night. Lin Yi said at that time that if Boss Bai's injuries recovered and Patriarch Shen Chen knew what would happen, Boss Bai thought that Lin Yi was just joking, but now it seemed that it was not the case. Lin Yi should really have the ability to recover his injuries. A glimmer of hope and excitement flashed in Boss Bai's eyes. Is my guess true? Can Lin Yi really do it? Boss Bai faintly looked forward to it. However, Boss Bai did not immediately call Lin Yi to ask about this. Instead, he fell into contemplation about the future. Now, unavoidably, Lin Yi had already been involved in this future dispute of the sect. Whether Boss Bai was willing or not, the mark of Lin Yi's disciple had already been imprinted on Shen Chen. If he recovered his strength, then naturally he could intimidate Shen Chen. But what if he couldn't? Once the Heavenly Island plan was launched, the Five Elements sect would return to the level of the ancient sects and regain the glory of the past. At that time, would the arrogant Shen Chen make a move on him, or even Lin Yi and Han Jingjing again? But how could he solve this situation? Boss Bai thought for a long time and couldn't come up with a good solution. In the end, everything was because Boss Bai's current strength was not enough, but this was a weakness that couldn't be changed. Right Coiling Tiger decided to talk to Lin Yi and Han Jingjing again and see if he could get the special notes from Han Jingjing, but he definitely couldn't bring up Zhongliju's refiner's notes. Right Coiling Tiger was often tricked by Lin Yi, but that didn't mean he was an idiot. On the contrary, he was just a little stupid in front of Lin Yi, but he was still a little smart in normal times. On one hand, he really was in a hurry to get the things in Lin Yi's hands. Sometimes, there was nothing he could do about being tricked. On the other hand, Lin Yi was famous for being able to kill Sky-class masters in one hit. Right Coiling Tiger was a little scared when he faced him, and naturally, his brain short-circuited. Especially when he heard that this time, a Sky-class late-phase peak master couldn't even kill Lin Yi. Right Coiling Tiger was even more shocked. Although Boss Bai had intervened, that was also because of Lin Yi's own strength. Otherwise, before Boss Bai could intervene, Lin Yi would already be dead. Who would have thought that an Earth-class mid-phase peak would be able to last so long against a Sky-class late-phase peak master? In fact, even Lin Yi himself didn't expect it, but sometimes, things were just that coincidental. A chi bomb saved Lin Yi, and this was something that even little Yi himself didn't understand. So, if Right Coiling Tiger mentioned Zhongliju's notes, then Lin Yi would definitely ask him how he knew about this. If he connected it with Little Yi and Little 11, then Right Coiling Tiger would be screwed. He might even be beaten to death. Chapter 26-23. Chapter 26-34, Searching for an Opportunity. Most refiners had this habit, including Right Coiling Tiger himself. These notes were the refiner's own understanding towards elixir making. Han Jingjing looked at Zhongliju's notes and combined it with her own experience. The notes were pretty much the same as Zhongliju's notes. At the very least, it could increase the success rate of second-level elixir making. To the hidden Houseu, this was very valuable information. With that thought, Right Coiling Tiger made up his mind to exchange Han Jingjing's notes. At that moment, Right Coiling Tiger's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Zhao Qibing. He didn't think much and picked up. Hello? Master Bing, what's up? Second young Master Yu, are you forgetful? Did you forget what you promised me? It's been a few days, and there's still no news. Zhao Qibing asked anxiously. What's been a few days? What did I promise? Right Coiling Tiger was thinking about how to get Han Jingjing's notes in the afternoon and was stunned by Zhao Qibing's question. Fuck, you didn't really forget, did you? Zhao Qibing quickly said, about the broken leg. When are you going to create an opportunity for me to break my leg? Broken leg. Right Coiling Tiger suddenly remembered that he still owed Zhao Qibing such a thing. Originally, he thought that it was a simple matter. Asking Lin Yi to break Zhao Qibing's leg was as easy as lifting a finger, but Lin Yi refused. However, Right Coiling Tiger forgot about it after that and only remembered it when Zhao Qibing asked him. In fact, if he wanted to deny it, Zhao Qibing couldn't do anything. After all, there was no signature and no evidence. But this wasn't good for his reputation and even the hidden house Yu's reputation. If Zhao Qibing was a normal person, then so be it, but he was the heir of the hidden house Yu. Right Coiling Tiger couldn't just ignore what he said. Yeah, Second Master Yu, I'm begging you, can you do this? Qibing panicked when he heard Tiger Yu's tone. I said, I searched the entire city when you lost your phone, and now I've found it for you. You can't just do something for me right now. Of course, I'll do it. Right Coiling Tiger frowned, but do you really have to ask Lin Yi for this? Why don't you just find someone to break your legs? Can't you break anyone's leg? The others aren't as good as Lin Yi. What if I break it? My life would be over. Qibing denied it right away. Plus, it has to be a master stronger than me, or else I'll subconsciously use my qi to protect myself, and I can't control my qi as I please. Unless you can catch me off guard and break my leg, you can only do it if you're stronger than me. Why is it so complicated? Right Coiling Tiger felt that it was very troublesome, but what Zhao Qibing said made sense. Practitioners would subconsciously use their qi to protect themselves when they were in danger. It was like a sandstorm. Normal people would subconsciously close their eyes. It was an instinct, unless it was a sneak attack. But for a sneak attack, one had to be very agile. At the very least, it had to be someone with Qinggong. Normal practitioners didn't even have the movement skills of a professional assassin. Practitioners usually fought head-on and rarely used sneak attacks. Of course, people like Lin Yi were different in the world of practitioners. He was fast, an assassin, and an expert in sneak attacks. Most importantly, he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, using a sneak attack against a stronger practitioner. This was the reason why he was successful. After all, which high-level practitioner would let a low-level practitioner go? Logically speaking, even if a sky class were to stand still and let an earth class attack them, they wouldn't be able to kill them. Hence, there was no need for a sneak attack at all. This was also the reason why Lin Yi's opponents were all dead. It's not complicated. Can you help me think of a way? Zhao Qibing heard Right Coiling Tiger's tone and knew that the kid was trying to escape. He quickly said, I say, Second Master Yu, we're both people with statuses. You can't go back on your words. Of course not. Right Coiling Tiger said, I've been looking for a chance for you, haven't I? You know how troublesome Lin Yi is. Normal people wouldn't be able to handle him. I'm helping you take a roundabout route. Oh. Have you thought of a good idea? Zhao Qibing thought that Right Coiling Tiger was being perfunctory. Naturally, he didn't believe him. It's like this. Our school will be hosting a charity gala in a few days. It's like this. Right Coiling Tiger explained the details of the charity gala to Zhao Qibing. You're saying that you want me to participate in this charity gala, right? Then, I'll go to that masquerade ball and recognize Lin Yi. Make him promise me one thing, and that is to break my legs. Zhao Qibing understood what Right Coiling Tiger was trying to say. Yes, that's it. Lin Yi will definitely be there. This is a good chance. Right Coiling Tiger was interrupted by Zhao Qibing. Wait, as far as I know, Lin Yi doesn't want to participate in this kind of event, right? Even if he does participate in the auction, it's a masquerade ball. I don't think he'll join in the fun, right? With Zhao Qibing's understanding of Lin Yi wasn't someone who liked to join in the fun. It was normal for him not to participate in the masquerade ball. You don't know about this, do you? According to my insider information, the donation target is Songshan's orphanage, and this suggestion was made by Lin Yi. Right Coiling Tiger said, Boss Bai has already arranged it for him, so Lin Yi will definitely attend this gala. He has to give Boss Bai face, or else Boss Bai would have helped him for nothing. Chapter 26-24. I'll look into it and think about it. I'll give you a plan that will allow you to recognize Lin Yi right away, Yu Coiling Tiger said. Don't worry, since I've promised you, I'll help you to the end. That's more like it. Zhao Qibing nodded. Then I'll wait for your good news. All right, I'll take care of it for you, Yu Coiling Tiger said. But, you need to prepare yourself, sign up for the auction as a caring merchant. Buy anything you want and get the qualification to attend the masquerade ball. That's not a problem, Zhao Qibing replied quickly. I'll go sign up in a bit. In the afternoon, the school began to prepare for the charity auction. All the faculties were on break, and the students were free to donate items for the auction. The other students could also study in the classroom. Lin Yi was in the middle of practicing when Coiling Tiger Right sat down beside Han Jingjing again. Lin Yi quickly exited his practicing state and turned his head to look at Coiling Tiger Right. Han Jingjing's attack was most likely due to Coiling Tiger Right leaking the news, but Lin Yi didn't feel any hatred towards a dog like Coiling Tiger Right. His hatred was mainly focused on 11th. What do you want? Han Jingjing closed the tablet warily and looked at you, Coiling Tiger. That. Han Jingjing, you're a second-level refiner now? Trying to break through to third level? You, Coiling Tiger, tried to find something to talk about. What do you want? Han Jingjing didn't answer you, Coiling Tiger's question directly. It's nothing, you don't need to hide it from me. I know the ingredients I gave you. You're asking for third-level cauldrons and ingredients for third-level elixirs now, so you must be at the peak of second-level refiner already. Otherwise, you wouldn't be trying to break through to third level, right? You, Coiling Tiger said. What does that have to do with you? Han Jingjing asked. It's nothing, didn't teacher Bai say that students should help each other? You're a second-level refiner, so you must have a lot of experience in alchemy, right? Did you take notes on your tablet? Pan Hu, you knew it was useless to beat around the bush with Han Jingjing. In the end, Lin Yi was the one who made the final decision, so he deliberately raised his voice so that Lin Yi could hear him. Why don't you lend me your notes? No, Han Jingjing said straightforwardly. Right, Coiling Tiger was speechless, but it was within his expectations. Then how can you lend it to me? What do you want this time? This time? I didn't ask for anything. Han Jingjing was stunned. Then he said, it seems like you took the initiative to find me. Brother Lin Yi. Right, Coiling Tiger seems to have a problem with his head. Can you treat him? Really? Let me see. Lin Yi turned around and reached out to touch the head of the Coiling Tiger. Don't touch me. Right, Coiling Tiger jumped in fright. His body leaned back, but because he used too much force, he directly fell to the ground with a loud bang. Fortunately, he was a cultivator, so he was fine. It was just that he looked a little disheveled. There really is a problem. Why is there such a big reaction? Lin Yi looked at Right Coiling Tiger inexplicably. Nothing. I'm fine. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Right Coiling Tiger randomly made up an excuse and got up from the ground. Then he said, Lin Yi, Han Jingjing's notes. Do you want to exchange it? Right Coiling Tiger was afraid that Lin Yi would come to treat him again, so he quickly changed the topic. There was no problem with his head at all. He was afraid that if he was treated by Lin Yi, he would become a fool again. There was a precedent for this. Previously, the blue-haired man was turned into an idiot by Lin Yi. Right Coiling Tiger had to be careful. You still want to exchange? But I don't have anything else I need. Lin Yi spread his hands. He said regretfully. No. Right Coiling Tiger thought about it and agreed. Last time when he exchanged for Boss Bai's master's information, he already took out most of his assets, except for what Lin Yi didn't need. There really wasn't anything else. If he took it out, it would be the same things repeatedly. Right Coiling Tiger could only say, why don't you think about it again and see what you lack? I don't seem to lack anything, except for some money, Lin Yi said. I want to donate some money to the Songshan orphanage, but I'm a bit short on cash. Right Coiling Tiger thought, are you asking me to donate? But if I donate, what if you don't give me the information? But Right Coiling Tiger still asked, how much money do you lack? About 8 million, Lin Yi said. You mean you want me to donate, about 8 million? Right Coiling Tiger frowned. Although 8 million wasn't a lot, it couldn't be wasted, right? This amount of money really wasn't much for the hidden Right family that ran the pill business. Moreover, Right Coiling Tiger didn't need to pay for it himself. He could just ask for it from home. Let me think about it. I didn't ask you to donate. Lin Yi shook his head. You go back first. I'll tell you after I think about it. That's fine, But you have to be quick. Right Coiling Tiger nodded and said. After Right Coiling Tiger left, Han Jingjing asked Lin Yi in a low voice, Lin Yi Gij, do you really want to exchange information with him? No, but we can do this, like this and this. Lin Yi lowered his voice and said a few words to Han Jingjing. En. Han Jingjing nodded quickly after listening and said, okay, Jingjing understands. Right Coiling Tiger didn't have the ability to read lips, and he was far away. He couldn't clearly see what Lin Yi said. Moreover, Lin Yi used voice-condensed qi. Other than Han Jingjing, no one else could hear it at all. However, Right Coiling Tiger didn't think too much about it. He thought that Lin Yi was discussing with Han Jingjing about exchanging information with him. Seeing that Lin Yi took it to heart, he was quite happy. The student union had already started planning for the charity gala. According to past practices, the host and staff would be chosen from the freshmen. The purpose of this was to give the freshman members of the student union a chance to train. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that Yu Shu would be one of the hosts. There were 3 hosts, 1 male and 2 female. Lin Yi didn't know the other girl, but the guy was a trap. He didn't know how the student council chose the hosts. After the photos of the hosts were posted on the campus forum, Lin Yi thought that it was 3 girls. Chapter 26-25. After school, Lin Yi waited for the Miss and Shu to get in the car and asked curiously, Shu, how did you become the host? Because Yaro's auction item is too special. If I'm not the host, there'll be problems if someone else auctions it, Yu Shu said. What item? Lin Yi paused. It's not some first kiss or something, is it? Wow, Shield Bro, you're amazing. You're even better than Genius Shu. You guessed it right away. Yu Shu's eyes widened in surprise, but it's not my first kiss, I gave it to Shield Bro a long time ago. Shu, can you get to the point? If you continue with this nonsense, I won't cooperate with you anymore. Meng Yaro glared at Yu Shu, stopping her from continuing. However, Xinyan and Han Jingjing looked at Lin Yi and Meng Yaro strangely. Xinyan was too embarrassed to ask, but Han Jingjing didn't avoid it. Lin Yi bro, have you and Yaro been together for a long time? It's just a drink. Lin Yi explained. I see. Han Jingjing saw that there was no more gossip, so she stopped asking. However, Meng Yaro felt slightly relieved and disappointed at the same time. She didn't know why, but she felt like she was misunderstood. She didn't feel happy after Lin Yi explained it clearly. But, is it still Yaro's kiss this time? Shu, are you trying to trick Zhong Pingliang again? Lin Yi suddenly remembered that Zhong Pingliang came back to school. Although he kept a low profile, Lin Yi still heard about him. Hey, he's so rich, of course I'm going to trick him, Yu Shu said. Alright, Shu, I wouldn't be messing around with you if it wasn't for the sake of the orphanage. Let's go home, I'm hungry, Meng Yaro explained. She didn't know who she was explaining to, but she felt that it was a good thing. She didn't know who she was talking to, but she felt that it was to Lin Yi. Realization dawned on Lin Yi. No wonder Meng Yaro was messing around with Yu Shu. It was because of the orphanage. As for kissing, Lin Yi didn't care. With Shu around, Miss wouldn't be at a disadvantage. After returning home, Han Jingjing and Han Xiaochao returned to Lin Yi's villa after having dinner. Han Jingjing was busy with the mission Lin Yi gave her, and Yu Shu, on the other hand, came over to Lin Yi mysteriously. Shield bro, what? You don't have to be so secretive in your own home. Lin Yi couldn't help but find it funny when he saw Xiao Shu tiptoeing around. That's true. Yu Shu giggled. Shield bro, do you have something that makes the skin red and swollen quickly when it comes in contact with the skin? The more overbearing, the better. What are you doing? Lin Yi asked curiously. Of course it's useful. Yu Shu said, is it useful or not? I do have it. But why do you want it? Lin Yi didn't know what Yu Shu wanted. To protect Yaro's chastity, of course. If you want to turn Yaro into a second-hand one, then pretend I didn't say anything. Yu Shu said. Then you won't be the only man who kissed Yaro. Shu, what are you talking about? Meng Yaro and Xinyan picked up the plates and came out of the kitchen. Yu Shu said that she was a second-hand one, and that she was kissed by Lin Yi. She was furious. Do you want to get beaten up? Yarrow Yarrow, I'm trying to help you. Yushu didn't expect Meng Yarrow to come out at this time. Help me. I don't need your help with Lin Yi and my business. Meng Yarrow blushed. Go do what you're supposed to do. If you stick your nose into other people's business, I'll let Lin Yi turn you into a second-hand one. What? Yushu froze. She looked at Meng Yarrow blankly. After a while, she said, Yarrow Yarrow. Did you misunderstand? Misunderstand what? Misunderstand your ass. Aren't you trying to get me and Lin Yi together again? You're even asking him to turn me into a second-hand one. Meng Yarrow was even angrier when she heard that Yushu not only didn't admit it, but was even trying to deny it. She couldn't blame her for misunderstanding. Meng Yarrow came out of the kitchen. She only heard half of the conversation. She wasn't a practitioner, and her hearing wasn't that good. If Shu didn't speak a little louder, she wouldn't have heard it at all. She couldn't hear it clearly, so she could only guess. But what did Shu say about turning her into a second-hand one and letting Lin Yi kiss her? Didn't that mean she wanted Lin Yi to push her down? How could Meng Yarrow not be angry? They could talk about this in private. Why would she tell Lin Yi directly? Yushu paused for a while. Yarrow Yarrow, you really do like Shield Bro, you wouldn't be feeling guilty otherwise. She was saying that she was afraid that after Pinliang kissed you, you'd become second-hand and Shield Bro wouldn't like it anymore, but you heard it as if she wanted Shield Bro to. Yushu was chased up the stairs by Meng Yarrow, and Xinyan, on the other hand, was covering her mouth with a smile. The longer she stayed here, the more joy she'd come to realize. Hehe, Xinyan, Yarrow Yarrow, and Shu are easy to get along with. Are you used to this place? Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. Not bad. Yarrow Yarrow and Shu are both nice to me. They don't seem like outsiders. Xinyan smiled, a little envious. They're still a little polite to me, though. After all, how long have I known them? It's not as deep as the relationship between the two of them. I want to participate in a fight like this, but I don't have the chance. That's true, but you'll get used to it. Lin Yi said. You're already a lot better than me. When I first came here, they didn't like me at all, always wanting to kick me out. No way. Xinyan was a little surprised after hearing Lin Yi's words. She said in disbelief. They seem to care about you a lot, don't they? They didn't like you at all at first, even wanting to kick you out. Hehe, actually, when we met on the train, I had just arrived at Songshan. I was ordered by an elder to protect them. Lin Yi hadn't mentioned this to Xinyan before, but now was the perfect time to bring it up. When I, a man, moved into their villa, no one would welcome me. Chapter 26-26. If it weren't for the fact that Xinyan could feel Lin Yi's physiological reactions and the rapid breathing when he hugged her to sleep, she would have thought that there was something wrong with Lin Yi's sexual orientation. But the more it was like that, the more Xinyan felt that Lin Yi was a good guy. It was hard for a guy his age to not have something going on if he had to share a bed with a girl every day. So sometimes, Xinyan even felt that Lin Yi wasn't from the same world as them. Lin Yi was really a first-year student, but the calmness he showed sometimes was beyond his age. Xinyan couldn't help but chuckle as she recalled how he'd dressed up the first time they met on the train. Oh right, no wonder they're rejecting you. You were dressed like a country bumpkin when you first came here. It's already good enough that they'd let you into their villa. Ha ha. Lin Yi shrugged and said helplessly, my hometown is a small village. It's normal for me to dress like a country bumpkin. If I dressed like this, people would probably stare at me every day. I just came from my hometown, and I didn't have time to change. Yeah, I thought you were just an honest country bumpkin back then, and I was worried to death when I saw you getting scammed by those scammers. Who would have thought that you were just faking it? Xinyan said, a little fascinated as she recalled the first time she met Lin Yi. Actually, if they didn't lie to me, I wouldn't bother to lie to them. Lin Yi said. That's true. Xinyan thought of Lin Yi's personality and agreed. She wanted to say something, but a wave of sleepiness hit her. She yawned and turned to Lin Yi. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go to bed. I'm a little tired. Okay, you go first. I'll give Shu some medicine. Lin Yi didn't forget about the strange medicine Yushu asked for. Lin Yi didn't even have to ask to know that it was most likely for Pinliang. It was true that Pinliang was unlucky every time, but the more he suffered, the braver he became. He was even accepted as a disciple by an ancient sect. Lin Yi was amazed at the thought. He regretted not killing Zhong Pingliang back then. But then again, back in Songshan, an undercurrent was surging. Lin Yi's own strength was not too high, and there were many enemies, so it was difficult for Lin Yi to harden his heart and be ruthless to the enemies, lest he attracted their collective backlash. Lin Yi went to the pharmacy and prepared the medicine Yu Shu needed before returning to the villa. In the blink of an eye, the day of the charity gala arrived. That afternoon, classes ended early, and the school auditorium was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Students and celebrities who participated in the auction were sitting in the front row. Everyone was holding a reflective board for bidding, which was also convenient for them to bid. The audience at the back were mostly there to watch the show. Most of the students didn't have the money to bid. They came here to have fun, and their way of showing their love was simple. They just needed to donate money after the auction. After all, the starting price of the auction items weren't low. Since it was a charity event, the value of the item itself was just a formality. The final price depended on how much love everyone donated. Lin Yi sat with Xinyan, Han Jingjing, He Mai Yu, and Bai Weituo. Although Bai Weituo wouldn't participate in the auction, he was a student council member of the medicine major. Naturally, he had the right to sit in the front. At 6 that night, the auction started on time. First, the school's director spoke. Then, the student council member announced the purpose of the charity gala and where the donations would go. Then, the auction officially started. The first to come out was Yu Shu, followed by the trap and another girl from the other group. It was quite the entrance for Lin Yizhen. Of course, the people who knew Yu Shu were shocked as well. Logically speaking, a guy and two girls combination like this usually had the guy walking in the front or in the middle, and the two girls half a step behind or standing on the sides. But they just had to be the background of Yu Shu. But Lin Yi looked at the three figures on the stage, and he understood the reason. Among them, Yu Shu's chest was the biggest. Needless to say, the trap's chest was flat, and the other girl's chest was like an airport runway. It was understandable why Yu Shu stood in the middle. Plus, the guy's dressing was similar to the girls'. With the three of them appearing, it was more like Yu Shu was surrounded by the two girls like the moon. Dear guests, school leaders, and students, good evening. I am the host of this charity gala. My name is Shu. Yu Shu smiled as she picked up the microphone and said to the guests. Phut. Lin Yi heard Yu Shu's self-introduction and almost burst out laughing. Shu. Another name. People who weren't familiar with Shu probably wouldn't think much of it. After all, it wasn't a big deal to change a name to fit the theme of a show. As expected, the people only clapped after Yu Shu was done, but no one laughed. They didn't know that Shu had many names. I am the host, Tai Weiliang. The trap guy introduced himself as well. I am the host, Zhen Huanzi. The airport runway girl introduced herself as well and said a few words of thanks. The charity gala was about to begin. Too much a trap. A real man. Lin Yi felt like he was being struck by lightning. Was he thinking too much, or was this arranged on purpose? However, these were unimportant matters. The auction was quickly pushed forward by the three of them. Needless to say, other than the eloquent little Shu, Tai Weiliang and Zhen Huanzi were also excellent hosts. They knew how to stir up the atmosphere of the auction. The items on auction weren't eye-catching, but it explained a lot about the history of the item and the love it contained. For example, there was a passbook with only a few yuan left. It was donated by a poor student, but it was very meaningful. Chapter 26-27. FF37, FF18, XFF 33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. This passbook had accompanied this poor student through high school and into university. Now, this passbook was filled to the brim. However, this student was not willing to change it. Instead, he had kept it all the way until the last page. He was now able to work as a tutor and didn't need the help of his fellow villagers anymore. However, he had copied down all the numbers in the passbook, preparing to pay them back one by one after he graduated from university. One had to admit that this passbook had a lot of meaning, and it fit the theme of this auction very well. And so, this passbook was bought by an entrepreneur who often donated to poor students for a high price of 1 million kwai. He was going to keep it when he got back. The items at the end were also very meaningful. Of course, there were some really valuable items like jewelry and antiques, but most of them were donated by the professors and staff of the school. The auction continued in an orderly manner, and the rich people had a tacit understanding with each other. They wouldn't compete unless it was something they really liked. The final price was also related to the financial resources of their respective companies. Some items were sold for tens of thousands, while others were sold for hundreds of thousands or even millions. It didn't matter how much it was a sign of love. The next item is a piece of art. It was donated by Lin Yi from the biology and medicine major. It's a piece of art he made himself. The starting price is 5,000 kwai. It was Tai Weiliang who introduced it, not Yushu. Yushu didn't need to introduce it, since what Lin Yi donated was just a normal item. The carving was exquisite, but Lin Yi wasn't a master sculptor. It would be very expensive if it could reach a few thousand kwai. As for the starting price of 5,000 kwai, that was purely to give the rich people a chance to show their love. Zhao Qibing was sitting beside Yu Pan Hu and Kang Jiaolong, waiting for an opportunity to buy something to qualify for the masquerade party. But it was still early, and the auction was only halfway through. He wasn't in a rush. He just wanted to see if he could get something he liked. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? But, when he heard the host say that the next item was donated by Lin Yi, he raised his card and shouted before Tai Weiliang could even show the details of Lin Yi's gift. 5 million. Wadash! The crowd went into an uproar. Such an impatient bid. And a bid of 5 million at the start. This was the first time this auction had started. Even if it was a donation, everyone would raise the price step by step. Who would directly shout such a high price at the start? Moreover, the more expensive items were usually things that had some sort of sentimental value to them, or things that were worth a lot of money. Souvenirs like Lin Yi's were actually one of the least popular items. The starting price was low, and it was mainly reserved for small bosses who didn't have much money, or alumni who just returned to their alma mater. Everyone looked at Qibing as if they were looking at an idiot when he said 5 million. But Qibing, however, didn't care at all. He was still casually holding up his auction sign, looking at the guests who were looking at him with disdain. He thought to himself, "You people don't know that 5 million in exchange for a broken leg once, it's really worth it." Tai Weiliang was shocked as well. It took him a while to react. Did he miss something? Wasn't this just a normal piece of art? How could it be sold at such a high price? Could it be something good? But he didn't see anything special. If he knew that this was so precious, he would have put it at the end. He shouldn't have taken it out so early. But what Tai Weiliang didn't know was that if he really put it at the end of the auction, it wouldn't be sold at such a high price. The reason was simple. Zhao Qibing wouldn't wait until the end of the auction. He would definitely buy something before the end of the auction. Even if they did see Lin Yi's item in the end, they'd already have something else in their hands, and wouldn't bid 5 million straight away. Even if they wanted to get on Lin Yi's good side, they'd only bid 2 or 3 million. 5 million, this gentleman from number 74 has bid 5 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Tai Weiliang asked expectantly. After all, Zhao Qibing raised the price to 5 million so suddenly. From his point of view, this might really be something good. There would definitely be people competing for it. He was very satisfied with the result because someone else had made a bid. 6 million. A voice sounded. This person was Fatty Lai. Lin Yi didn't expect someone to bid 5 million for a piece of art he casually made. Originally, this item was for Fatty Lai. Although Fatty Lai wasn't a businessman in Donghai, he was from the nearby Songshan city. He was also a well-known company, so it wasn't surprising that Fatty Lai would come here. As for Fatty Lai, he didn't expect Zhao Qibing to bid first. But this was what Lin Yi told him to bid on Lin Yi's art. So, Fatty Lai still bid. Fuck. Zhao Qibing froze. He didn't expect someone to compete with him for a piece of art. From his point of view, if it wasn't for Lin Yi, he wouldn't pick it up even if it was thrown in front of him, let alone spend money to buy it. But he had already bid. If he didn't compete and Lin Yi wasn't happy, he wouldn't be able to do anything if he didn't break his leg. After all, Lin Yi could tell the school that someone wanted him to break his leg. This suggestion was too difficult. He couldn't do it. And when that happened, the school would definitely support Lin Yi. After all, breaking someone's leg wasn't something that he could do. It was considered intentional injury. And so, Zhao Qibing continued bidding. 8 million. To the hidden heir of the Zhao family, this amount of money was just a small amount of money. If he could master the 1,000 legs, that would be the most important thing. Old Master Zhao was also very supportive of his matter, so money was not a problem. Tai Weiliang was dumbfounded. There was really someone competing for this. Not only that, but Qibing had even raised the price even higher. Was this thing really that good? In fact, it wasn't only Tai Weiliang who was dumbfounded. Everyone else was dumbfounded as well. Especially the bosses. There were many people with good eyesight, but they couldn't see what was so good about Lin Yi's art. 8 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Mr. Number 74 bid 8 million. Tai Weiliang came back to his senses and quickly asked. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. Chapter 26-28. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51, Fatty Lai frowned, but continued. 10 million. The money was going to be donated to the orphanage anyway. Even if he didn't do it this way, he'd still do it on his own, so he had to complete the mission Lin Yi gave him. He was just confused as to why Qibing was competing with him for this auction item. Fatty Lai was very clear about the details of this thing. It was made by Lin Yi on a whim. It had no value at all. What was Qibing thinking? While Fatty Lai was confused, wasn't Qibing the same? Qibing was about to explode from anger. Was this Fatty Lai crazy? He was just Lin Yi's follower. Why did he have to suck up to him like this? Could it be that Lin Yi sent him here to raise the price? That didn't make sense. Lin Yi didn't even know that Qibing would be participating in the auction, and he couldn't have guessed Qibing's plan, nor could he have guessed Qibing's intention to curry favor with Lin Yi. So the possibility of Qibing raising the price was very small. 15 million. Qibing was enraged at the thought, adding another 5 million. If it weren't for the fact that Fatty Lai was Lin Yi's follower, Qibing would have sent someone to give him a warning. But if he really did, he wouldn't be able to break his leg, but his head would be chopped off. 20 million. Fatty Lai was a little annoyed, but he wasn't afraid of Qibing. Qibing was speechless. What kind of person was this? Although Qibing could take out 20 million, it would be a waste to spend 20 million just to get on Lin Yi's good side. He didn't even know if Lin Yi would appreciate it or not. That would be too much of a waste. And so, Qibing hesitated. He'd already made the gesture, and if he gave up now, Lin Yi wouldn't be able to say anything, right? It was his underlings who kept increasing the price. It wasn't that he didn't want to bid, so he kept quiet. 20 million. Tai Weiliang was extremely excited. Number 60 has bid 20 million, please surpass it. But this time, Qibing didn't bid. He wasn't an idiot, and it was fine to curry favor with Lin Yi. But if it was too much, it would be meaningless. Yushu panicked when Qibing stopped bidding. Fatty Lai's 20 million belonged to the orphanage, but Qibing's wasn't. If Qibing didn't bid this time, the price wouldn't be as high next time. Oh. Number 74 has already bid 8 million, it seems like he's determined to get it. If he doesn't get it, he'll be in for a tragedy, and the owner of the item won't be happy. So, 20 million going once. Yushu looked at Qibing and said slowly, "Fuck, big cow, you're scaring me." But Chibbing was really scared. He raised the sign in his hand again. 22 million. Fatty Lai was about to make a bid when Yushu waved her hand at him subconsciously. Fatty Lai paused and didn't continue bidding. Although Lin Yi didn't give him a direct order, Yushu's order was the same. 22 million going once. 22 million going twice. 22 million going thrice. Sold. Congratulations, number 74, for winning this item. Yushu successfully let Chibbing be the winner this time. Many people didn't understand this strange auction. Even if they were to donate money, there was no need to do this, right? Strange, very strange. And judging from the situation just now, it wasn't just a donation. It wasn't as simple as just donation. If Chibbing really wanted to donate, he could have just quoted a high price of 22 million. There was no need for him to raise the price bit by bit in front of so many people. The last bid was obviously made with gritted teeth. However, to say that this auction item was valuable was also nonsense. What value could an ordinary item have? Puzzled, everyone was puzzled. Even Lin Yi was puzzled. Was there something wrong with Chibbing's head? Still, no matter how strange the situation was, the auction had to continue. The rest of the auction was a lot more normal, and the ridiculous situation from before didn't happen again. Even Fatty Lai, on the other hand, just casually bought an unremarkable item and bid 5 million instead of 20 million. The next item to be auctioned is a tablet computer. There is a set of notes on it. It was provided by Han Jingjing, a student who majored in medicine in the biology department. It contains her notes on studying pharmacology. The starting price of this set of notes is 5 million. Those who need it, don't miss out on it. Otherwise, there won't be another chance like this, Yushu said as she picked up the latest item. Yushu's words sent the crowd into an uproar. 5 million? A set of learning notes? Was this strange situation happening again? What was this thing for 5 million? Even if it was a tablet computer, it shouldn't be this expensive. This was the item with the highest starting price since the start of the auction. Even the previous auction item that was sold at a high price of 22 million had a very low starting price. How could the study notes suddenly be sold at a price of 5 million? Tai Weiliang and Zhen Huanzi were panicking. In the auction, the starting price of this item was estimated to be $500. How did it suddenly become 5 million? Could it be that Yushu made a mistake? At that thought, Tai Weiliang and Zhen Huanzi quickly signaled Chen Yushu with their eyes, but Chen Yushu ignored them and kept her eyes on the audience seats. 5 million? Learning notes? Tablet computer? Right Pan, who couldn't sit still after hearing Yushu's introduction. If it were any other learning notes, he wouldn't care. But this was Han Jingjing's learning notes. And the starting price was shockingly high. Could it be that Lin Yi did this on purpose? Earlier, Right Pan who said to Lin Yi that he wanted to exchange for Han Jingjing's notes, but Lin Yi rejected him because he didn't have anything to exchange. Now that he was auctioning it, didn't that mean that Lin Yi wanted to exchange it for money? That's right, Lin Yi did mention that he was in need of money, and even asked Yu Panhu to donate 10 or so million. Could this be the case for the notes? He recalled that Lin Yi was the one who'd organized the auction, donating to that Songshan orphanage. At that thought, Panhu was almost certain that Lin Yi was the one who'd prepared the notes for him, the one who'd made him buy them. Then, he thought about Yushu's hint. This must be it. And so, Right Pan who quickly raised the auction board in his hand and shouted, 501 million. Wadash, the crowd was shocked again. Someone actually bought it. What was going on? There was a strange incident before, and this time, when everyone's eyes fell on Right Pan who, they suddenly realized that he was sitting next to Zhao Chibbing, so they were together. Was there something wrong with these two? FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. Chapter 2629. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51, Tai Weiliang and Zhen Huanzi's mouths twitched. Someone actually bought it for 5 million? Although it was only an increase of 10,000, the starting price was too high. This time, no one competed with Right Coiling Tiger because they didn't know what it was. The only thing they could think of was that Han Jingjing was probably a beauty, and Right Coiling Tiger was interested in her. He wanted to please her, so he spent a lot of money to buy this notebook. This was the only explanation. Otherwise, who would spend such a high price to buy something useless? Even if he did buy it, he wouldn't spend 5 million. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Right Coiling Tiger was enjoying it. You idiots don't know shit. I spent 5,010,000 to buy the refiner's notes, it's so worth it. Lin Yi probably didn't think that he would be so shameless as to only increase the price by 10,000, right? Ha 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 ha, he must have miscalculated, thinking that he could get a higher price in the auction, but he didn't think that he would be invincible in shamelessness. 5,010,000 going once. 5,010,000 going twice. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. 75 for winning this item. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Yu Shu let Right Coiling Tiger close the deal. This time, Fatty Lai didn't come out to cause trouble, which made Right Coiling Tiger feel lucky. If Fatty Lai came out to cause trouble, he would have to increase the price. This also confirmed that Fatty Lai's previous bid wasn't to raise the price, but he really wanted to buy Lin Yi's item. Lin Yi probably told him to donate in this way, but he didn't think that Zhao Qibing would appear out of nowhere. Later, Lin Yi might have hinted to him to give up, and it could be counted as a small trick for Zhao Qibing. Phew. Right Coiling Tiger breathed out in relief. It was a close call, but not a close call. Most importantly, he actually obtained Han Jingjing's Alchemist Master's notes at a super low price of 5.01 million. It was simply too worth it. I say, second young master you, why are you shooting this thing? Are you also trying to please Lin Yi? Zhao Qibing looked at Right Coiling Tiger strangely and asked. This is what I've always wanted. 5,010,000 is simply too cheap. I reckon that this is the final transaction price. It will make Lin Yi's heart ache. Right Pan who said proudly, if he had directly offered a price of tens of millions, maybe I would have bought it, but it's only 5 million. Wow, it's amazingly cheap. Oh. Qibing didn't care about the notes, he only cared about his legs. The auction was still going on, and after a few more items, it was time for Wang Xinyan's donation. It was a jade bracelet, a birthday gift from Xinyan's father. The item itself was quite valuable. It was a birthday gift for Xinyan, too, so it meant a lot to her. Of course. It meant a lot to Xinyan, but to others, it wasn't much. But no matter what, Xinyan's donation was still valuable. The market price of a jade bracelet was around 100,000. So, the starting price of this item was higher, set at 150,000. Zhong Duopan and Fan Ganhe sat together. Zhong Duopan heard that He Mayu also donated, so naturally, he wanted to bid for it to show that Fan Ganhe liked Wang Xinyan. He wanted to do the same, but when he heard that Xinyan's bracelet was priced at 150,000, and it was only the starting price, he didn't dare to bid anymore. Zhaolong, on the other hand, was ready to make his move. He had been suppressed by Lin Yi for a long time, watching his fiancé and his enemy together. He was one of the most frustrated fiancés in history, but he had no choice. Kang Ming hadn't established himself in the Sky Elixir sect yet, and even the hidden house you didn't dare to mess with Lin Yi. Going against Lin Yi would be suicide. So, he had no choice but to endure for now. He wanted to take a roundabout route and start with Xinyan. If Xinyan's heart was on him, then Lin Yi wouldn't be able to do anything. With Lin Yi's personality, he would just let it be. 200,000. Zhaolong stated his price. Number 73 has bid 200,000. Is there a higher bid? Zhen Huanzi asked. House Kang was rich now, and Zhaolong was being groomed as the heir of House Kang, but Zhaolong wouldn't spend money recklessly. He was older than Yu Panhu and Zhao Qibing, and he wouldn't do things rashly. From his perspective, this bracelet was only worth 200,000. Anything more than that would be burning money. As for donating to the orphanage, Zhaolong didn't have that kind of love. The lives of those children had nothing to do with him. He was a selfish person. Fan Ganhe heard the bid, and he was tempted. After all, the bid this time wasn't as ridiculous as the previous auctions. The previous entrepreneurs wouldn't make such a low bid if they wanted to donate, and they would add at least 100,000 to 200,000. But this time, it was 200,000. Fan Ganhe looked at Zhong Duopan, hesitating. If it's not more than 500,000, I'll take it for you. Zhong Duopan said, seeing that Fan Ganhe had been at his beck and call for so many years. But in his mind, this jade bracelet was definitely not going to be sold for 500,000. This promise was as good as nothing, and he was just trying to get Fan Ganhe on his side. Fan Ganhe, on the other hand, was moved to tears. 250,000. Zhaolong frowned. It wasn't surprising that someone would bid for it. There were better items before, and people had bid for them as well. After all, they were both donating money, and who wouldn't want to get something of similar value? 300,000. Zhaolong calmly stated his price. 350,000. Fan Ganhe was feeling good. It was the first time he felt this sense of achievement from bidding. It was hundreds of thousands, and he just threw it out like that. 500,000. Zhaolong was getting impatient. The other side had been suppressing him, not willing to pay a single cent more, so Zhaolong directly bid 500,000 to test the waters. Fan Ganhe was feeling good, but Zhaolong's bid woke him up. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had woken up from his dream. 1 million. Lin Yi, naturally, didn't mind increasing the price. In fact, Lin Yi had wanted to increase the price earlier, but Fan Ganhe beat him to it, so Lin Yi waited. FF37, W03C9, 30 FB, off 4D. Chapter 2630. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51, Xinyan, who was sitting beside Lin Yi, felt her heart skip a beat when she heard the price. She didn't think that Lin Yi would participate in this kind of jealousy. She looked at Lin Yi, confused. Was he raising the price for Zhaolong, or did he really want the bracelet? If it was the first situation, then it was understandable. But if it was the second situation, Xinyan couldn't help but blush at the thought. Xinyan found it harder and harder to reject Lin Yi's feelings. Some things couldn't be controlled even if she wanted to, but she was afraid that Lin Yi and Zhaolong would clash. At least for now, it seemed that Lin Yi shouldn't make an enemy of the Sky Elixir sect. The fight between Lin Yi and Lil Wan at the school gates had been extremely dangerous, and if it hadn't been for Boss Bai's timely intervention, the outcome would have been very hard to say. As a result, Xinyan was very afraid that Lin Yi would get into conflict with a stronger power, and so she was always very careful when interacting with Lin Yi. Zhaolong was a little embarrassed when he heard that it was Lin Yi who made the bid, but he couldn't give up. If Lin Yi really got the bracelet, where would his face be? 2 million. Lust blinded him. No matter how smart Zhaolong was, he was a little impulsive when he was fighting with Lin Yi over the girl. He doubled the price. Zhaolong's bidding method made the other bosses who were interested in the bracelet give up. It seemed that Zhaolong was determined to get it, and there was no need to compete with him. 5 million. Lin Yi said faintly as he raised his card. Xinyan jumped. She didn't mind Lin Yi raising the price, but if he raised it too much, Zhaolong might hold a grudge against him. She didn't want Lin Yi to have a conflict with Zhaolong, but she didn't know how to stop it. 1. Zhaolong was about to bid 10 million when he realized that 10 million was too much. He quickly changed his bid. 6 million. 10 million. Lin Yi still said indifferently. Zhaolong's mouth twitched. 10 million. He didn't say it out loud, but Lin Yi did. This made him tremble with rage. Lin Yi, just you wait. One day, when my brother Kang Ming becomes awesome, I'll kill you. 11 million. Zhaolong took a deep breath. He said. Fortunately, House Kang wasn't the old House Kang anymore. They had taken over the Sky Elixir sect and the Hidden House Yo-Yo's low-end elixir business, making a lot of money. Low-end elixirs weren't to be underestimated. They didn't have much effect on training, but they had a unique effect on strengthening the body and extending lifespan. It was why they were very popular in the common world's high-end auctions. Just like the auction held by House Yu, Lin Yi's pill of life extension and toxin cleansing could be sold for hundreds of millions, but a second-level elixir was only around 10 million in the practitioner's market. Lin Yi didn't make a bid this time. This price was about right. It wouldn't be good if it exceeded Xiaolong's budget. Xinyan breathed out in relief. The bracelet didn't mean much to her, it was just a gift. She was happy that she could get so much money to donate to the needy orphans, so it didn't matter that Xiaolong got it. Congratulations to Mr. 73 for winning this item. Zhen Huanzi announced the ownership of Xinyan's bracelet. The next item up for auction was an item donated by He Yu. It was also a piece of jewelry. It was a piece of jewelry, but it was made of gold. According to the market price, it was worth around a few thousand to 10,000. It wasn't particularly valuable, so the starting price was set at 20,000. However, even 20,000 yuan was a very high price for Bai Weituo. Bai Weituo glanced at He Yu and weighed in his heart. He could take out 20,000 yuan, but he was afraid that others would increase the price. It was better to keep quiet than to make a bid that he couldn't get. He Yu, naturally, knew what Bai Weituo was thinking. She smiled. It's just a piece of jewelry. It's not a big deal. It doesn't have any commemorative value. Lin Yi didn't get Xinyan's bracelet, right? That's true. Bai Weituo relaxed a lot after hearing He Meiyue's words. Just as Bai Weituo expected, Zhong Duopan won the bid. He Yu didn't say anything either. The auction continued, and soon, it was the climax of the auction. The next item is very special. Yu Shu, the host, raised the microphone again. This item is a kiss. Everyone knows who the school beauty of the economics faculty is. This kiss is from the school beauty of the economics faculty, Meng Yaro. Of course, it's not a real kiss, but a safe kiss through the glass. If you want to kiss the goddess, don't miss this chance. Pin Liang came to the auction today with another goal in mind. He wanted to find a chance to go on stage and announce his challenge to Lin Yi. Pin Liang had been keeping a low profile ever since he returned to school. He didn't put on a stage in public, nor did he promote himself. Today, however, he wanted to make a name for himself. He wanted to challenge Lin Yi again in public. He had the centipede in his hand, and naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of Lin Yi this time. Pin Liang challenged Lin Yi in front of everyone. His goal was to let everyone be witnesses, in case Lin Yi went back on his words if he lost. He was just worried that he wouldn't have a chance to go on stage, and the last item was a kiss from Meng Yaro. It made him very excited. If he could go on stage and kiss Meng Yaro, and then challenge Lin Yi, how awesome would that be? Although it was a safe kiss through the glass, Pin Liang could still fantasize about it. At least it was better than that idiot Jen when buying a broken glass. Pin Liang was eager to give it a try. Especially back in high school, he'd suggested this event to have a safe kiss with Meng Yaro, but things didn't work out as he'd hoped. He'd drawn two beautiful girls instead, and he'd almost died from disgust. Now that he had a chance like this, how could he let it go? This safe kiss is also the last item. It will be done on stage in front of all the guests, so please don't miss it, Yu Shu said. He could really go on stage. In front of all the guests. Pin Liang was even more tempted. He was afraid that Yu Shu would go back on her word and not let him kiss her. He'd waste his money then. But Yu Shu couldn't go back on her word in front of all the guests. What was the point of the auction if she did that? And so, Pin Liang was completely relieved. FF37, W03C9, 30 FB, off 4D. Chapter 2631. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. The starting price for a safe kiss is 1 million. Interested parties can start bidding now, Yu Shu said. This item was very special, and there was a lot of controversy when the student council reviewed it, but since it was a safe kiss through glass, the council agreed to it. The student council also agreed. After all, the atmosphere in the university was still very open, and it was a safe kiss, so it wouldn't cause any bad effects. 1 million. Buying a kiss from a school beauty was a little expensive, even for the rich people here. After all, Meng Yaro wasn't a superstar, she was just a school beauty. No matter how pretty she was, they still felt that 1 million for a kiss was a little too much. Plus, this was just the starting price, and the final price wasn't certain. Of course, these rich people wouldn't do something like kissing in public. What if their wives found out? Wouldn't it be a big deal? Even a safe kiss wasn't safe. The single students who came to the auction were tempted, but who had that much money? This auction was for the celebrities to donate, and the students who could actually participate were few and far between. How many of them were as rich as Tiger Yu, Zhao Qibing, and Zhao Long? 1,200,000. Pinliang started bidding. Fabai's company didn't have much money, but Pinliang did. This money was from the Everyday and Everyday sect, but it was for Naipao's monthly stipend. In the sect, every disciple had a monthly stipend, it was just that the amount was different for each person. Disciples in name were the least, and they only had a few thousand a month. Pinliang was one of them, and this money wasn't even enough for him to travel down the mountain. Outer disciples, on the other hand, had around 20,000 a month. Inner disciples, on the other hand, had around 100,000 a month. Of course, most of them were direct disciples, and people like Naipao were at the peak of the direct disciples. The disciples of the sect leader, elders, and old ancestors were the most superior existences in the sect. Every month, they would receive a monthly stipend of 1 million, and when they needed it, they could withdraw it at will. As long as it was beneficial to their cultivation, the sect would be able to take out more money. The Everyday and Everyday sect was a famous demonic sect in Jianghu, producing some mysterious and strange medicines. For example, they could instantly increase one's strength, poison, medicine, and all kinds of strange magic treasures. These could all be sold for a lot of money, so the Everyday and Everyday sect never lacked money. Naipao didn't need money at all for his training on the mountain, and so the monthly allowance he had, along with some other rewards, amounted to 20 million. Other than giving some to his family every month, the rest was given to Pinliang. It had to be said. Naipao may have been Lin Yi's enemy, but he was still very loyal to his boss. Otherwise, he would have been able to take over Pinliang's head with his current position. 2 million. Lin Yi said as he raised his paddle. Pinliang wanted to declare war on Lin Yi in the first place, and naturally, he couldn't back down now. Although he was annoyed that Lin Yi was fighting with him, he still raised his paddle. However, he still bid again, 3 million. 4 million. Lin Yi continued. 5 million. Pinliang was rich now. Naipao had said that if he ran out of money, he'd call him anytime. He'd just go to the sect and withdraw some money. This made Pinliang feel at ease. The rapid increase in the bidding price scared everyone present. Wasn't this a safe kiss from the school beauty? Why was it being sold at such a high price? Could it be that these two bidders were the school belle suitors? Were they the rich second-generation sons of the school? That was the only possibility. Otherwise, who would pay such a high price for a school beauty's kiss? It had to be someone chasing after her. And so, the price went up to 10 million in the blink of an eye. This price shocked even Lin Yi. He'd just raised the price casually, and he didn't expect Pinliang to be this rich, spending 10 million for a kiss. Since when was his family so rich? Could it be Naipao's money? It was possible. Pinliang wouldn't spend money like this, no matter how rich he was. Only those ancient sects would have this kind of wealth. 18 million. Lin Yi made his last bid. He didn't dare raise the price anymore, afraid that he'd have to kiss Meng Yaro himself if Pinliang didn't make a bid. But a safe kiss like this wasn't as exciting as an indirect kiss. 20 million. This was Pinliang's limit. He could keep asking Naipao for money, but it was too much of a hassle. Pinliang gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Yi, hoping that he'd stop bidding. As expected, Lin Yi didn't make another bid. Yu Shu, too, could tell that Pinliang couldn't take it anymore. Mr. 82 bids 20 million. Are there any higher bids? Oh. Looks like there's none. 20 million going once, going twice, going thrice, sold. Congratulations, Mr. 82, for winning this item. A kiss from a beauty is worth 1,000 gold. Next, Mr. 82, please come up to the stage and end this auction with a final kiss. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. Wow! Loud applause sounded in the auction house. 20 million to buy a kiss was big news. Everyone was curious, but more than that, they were envious. Pin Liang walked up to the stage proudly amidst the cheers. Next, let's welcome the school beauty of the economics faculty, Meng Yaro. Yushu invited again. Wah! This time, the applause was even louder. The school beauty was much more popular than Pin Liang. Meng Yaro walked up to the stage slowly, blushing. She knew that Pin Liang wouldn't kiss her, but she was still a little embarrassed, especially in front of the whole school. If it weren't for the donations for the orphanage, Meng Yaro wouldn't have played along with Yushu. However, she knew that Xiaoke had dozens of abandoned babies sent to the orphanage every day. Many of them had congenital diseases, and the treatment for each one of them would cost millions. It was a bottomless pit, but she couldn't just leave them to die, could she? So, for the sake of these sick children, Meng Yaro reluctantly accepted it. Yao Yao. Pin Liang was a little emotional. This was the goddess of his dreams. He'd had a crush on her for 3 years since the first year of high school, and this was the first time he had a chance to kiss her. Mr. 82, this is safety glass. Please hold it properly, and don't break it. Otherwise, you won't be able to kiss her, and you'll lose this precious opportunity. Yushu handed a piece of glass to Pin Liang. FF37, W03C9, 30 FB, off 4D. Chapter 2632. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51, this. Pin Liang looked at the glass in Yushu's hand, hesitating. Was this girl doing the same thing she did to Zhenwen last time? Did she smear lubricant on the glass and drop it when he took it? He wouldn't have thought too much about it if Yushu didn't add anything else, but now that she said it, he was hesitating whether he should take it or not. You don't want it? Yushu looked at Pin Liang, surprised. Mr. 82, are you going to give up on this precious opportunity? Pin Liang looked at the glass carefully with the light from the stage, making sure that it wasn't oily. He took it carefully. Of course not, I'm just a little excited. This is the first time I'm standing on the same stage with the goddess of my heart, and we're even going to kiss her. I'm very excited, that's all. Oh, alright, if that's the case, we can start now. Miss Meng Yao, please stand properly. Mr. 82, you can start now. Do you want to kiss her on the cheek first, or on the lips? Yushu asked. Oh. Can I do it one by one? Pin Liang asked, surprised. Of course, you can kiss her on the cheek first, then on the lips. Yushu nodded firmly. Okay, then I'll kiss her on the cheek first. Pin Liang picked up the glass piece excitedly and put it in front of his mouth. He was about to kiss Meng Yao's face, but Yushu stopped him the moment the glass piece was about to touch Meng Yao's face. Stop! Yushu yelled suddenly. Oh! Pin Liang was startled, almost falling off the stage. He was about to ask Yushu what she was going to do, but he suddenly realized that his mouth was blocked by something, and he couldn't speak. Oh, woo, Mr. 82, what's wrong with your mouth? Yushu cried. Look, everyone, Mr. 82's mouth is swollen like a sausage. It was swollen like a sausage. What was going on? Could it be that he's a monster from another planet that transformed and disguised himself as a student? All the guests were shocked as well. As expected, Pin Liang's lips were swollen like sausages. It completely blocked his mouth, making him unable to speak. Mr. 82, do you have an unmentionable disease? That won't do. I can't kiss the campus bell. What if I infect the campus bell? What do you guys think? Yushu asked. Yeah, why is his mouth suddenly swollen? There must be something wrong. That's right, I think this kid must have a hidden illness. It's not a hidden disease. It's an acute infectious disease. I think it's an STD. He got it from his gay friend, venereal disease. Phut. You're so evil. The guests were saying all sorts of things, and Pinliang was scared out of his wits. Why is my mouth swollen? What was going on? Mr. 82, you're sick. Shouldn't you go to the hospital? Look at yourself. Can you still continue with the safe kiss? Yushu asked Pinliang with a face full of concern. Woo! Oh! Pinliang wanted to say something, but his lips were so swollen that they couldn't be separated. It blocked his mouth, and he couldn't speak. All he could say was some meaningless syllables. What did you say? Yushu asked. Woo! Oh! Pinliang tried his best to express that he wanted to kiss her even if he was sick. It wasn't easy for him to get this opportunity, so how could he give it up? Oh! Mr. 82 is so generous, so kind, Yushu said. He said that for the school bell's safety, he won't kiss her anymore. He gave up this opportunity, but the money he spent on the auction will still be donated to the orphanage. Please give Mr. 82 a round of applause for his kindness. Okay. That's great. That's so kind. The crowd applauded. This time, no one was cursing Pinliang for being sick. Instead, they were sympathizing with him. He spent 20 million, and he still didn't kiss the school bell. This sickness came at the perfect time. And so, Pinliang was pushed down the stage by Yushu, who pretended to support him. Then, he returned to the stage with Tai Weiliang and Zhen Huanzi, ending the auction. Lin Yi didn't know the specifics of the safe kiss, but seeing Pinliang's face, he knew that it was the medicine he concocted. The medicine didn't have any side effects, though. At most, it would make his lips red and swollen, but it would go away on its own after a while. Lin Yi didn't want to kill him and make an enemy of the everyday sect. Pinliang was kicked off the stage for no reason at all. He rubbed his swollen lips after getting off the stage, not knowing what was going on. Liang bro, what's wrong? Xiaofu was waiting anxiously below the stage. He ran over when he saw Pinliang coming down. Woo! Oh! Pinliang couldn't speak. He pointed at his mouth, wanting to cry but no tears came out. Type it. Then type it. Brother Liang, why don't you talk to me on your phone? Gao Xiaofu quickly suggested. Woo! Pinliang nodded as he pulled his phone out of his pocket and called Xiaofu. I don't know what's going on, I was just about to kiss Meng Yaro when my mouth swelled up and I couldn't say a word. Oh? Xiaofu looked at it, confused as well. He was a bystander, so he guessed what was going on. Liang bro, do you think that Yushu bitch did this to you? Pinliang's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and typed. Yeah, it must be. There's something wrong with the glass. Pinliang wasn't an idiot. He understood what was going on with Xiaofu's reminder. Jianwen had been tricked once before, and Pinliang was wondering why Yushu wasn't tricking him anymore. It turned out that she did something to the glass. Pinliang was furious at the thought. Damn it, that little bitch was too evil. She was the most evil person in the universe. Yushu's actions had taken away his chance to challenge Lin Yi. It seemed like he had to find another way to do it. Then what do we do now, Liang bro? Xiaofu asked. Pinliang frowned and took out a small bottle from his pocket. Inside were some common pills that Naipao had given him before he left the mountain. Pinliang found a first-level antidote and forced it into his mouth. After a while, his mouth finally returned to normal. He didn't know if it was the antidote or if Lin Yi's poison had been detoxified naturally. FF37, W03C9, 30 FB, off 4D. Chapter 2633. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51, I'm so piss. Pinliang's mouth could speak now, and he was fuming with rage. Yushu was too evil. She'd set him up for death. What should we do, Liang bro? Should we get revenge? Xiaofu asked carefully. Revenge. Of course we should. Pin Liang gritted his teeth. Wait a couple of days, when everything's over, and I'll release my centipede to bite her once, knock her out, and scare Lin Yi and the others. Why a couple of days later? Not now. Plus, bite her once, is that just to scare her? Shouldn't we take the chance to beat her up? Xiaofu didn't think it was enough to vent his anger. Idiot, if we beat her up and Lin Yi finds out about this secret, will he still accept my challenge? Pin Liang said with a wave of his hand. Plus, what if she wakes up after we beat her up? What if she comes back for revenge? I'm not scared of her if it's a fight, but I'm worried that she'll play dirty tricks on me. Even if I can be with Meng Yarrow in the future, I'd still have to deal with her every day. We just need to scare her a little. I see. Xiaofu nodded. Let's go, we'll pay for the auction just now. Pin Liang wouldn't be able to get away with this money, unless he quit this school and left immediately. But that was impossible. He still had to find a chance to announce his challenge to Lin Yi. Who would he fight if he left now? Plus, if he won the challenge, he'd have to stay at this school as Meng Yao's bodyguard, too. Lin Yi, Yushu, Meng Yarrow, and Xinyan had just finished the procedures for the auction and were walking out of the temporary workshop set up by the student union. Buyers and sellers needed to go through the procedures here after the auction and get their tickets to the ball tomorrow night. As the four of them walked out, Zhaolong, who had just finished his paperwork, walked out as well, stopping Xinyan from leaving. Xinyan. Zhaolong walked over quickly and greeted her. Kang Zhaolong? What's the matter? Xinyan could guess what was going on. She guessed that Zhaolong was here to show off after getting her bracelet. Xinyan, I bought that bracelet. I'm returning it to its rightful owner, Zhaolong said with a smile. Ah. The bracelet, it's fine. I'm the one who auctioned it, so I shouldn't take it back. You donated for the kids, so it's only right that you keep it. Xinyan didn't really want to accept Zhaolong's stuff, especially in front of Lin Yi. She didn't know if she was being naive or not. But she didn't want to. She wanted nothing to do with Zhaolong. Haha, you're right, but since you're my fiancé, then what's mine is yours. So, just accept it. Zhaolong didn't forget to declare Xinyan's ownership in front of Lin Yi. Zhaolong's words pointed out that Xinyan was his fiancé, and it made Xinyan's heart tighten. She wanted to reject. But she was afraid that Zhaolong would use his status as her fiancé to talk back. She had no choice but to nod. All right then, that's more like it. Zhaolong smiled as he put his hand into his coat pocket. But as soon as he put his hand in, his face changed. He started searching all over his body, and cold sweat started forming on his forehead. The bracelet was gone. Lin Yi, Xinyan, Meng Yarrow, and Yushu stood in front of Zhaolong, looking at him searching his pockets. Kang Zhaolong. What are you doing? Where's the bracelet? Yushu was getting impatient. If you want to give it to me, then give it to me. If you don't, then forget it. We still need to eat. Why are you wasting our time? The bracelet is gone. I put it in my pocket, why is it gone? Zhaolong was panicking. He searched everywhere, but couldn't find the bracelet. That's not right. It's such a short distance. How could it be gone? Just say it if you don't want to give it to me. How could you lose it? Yushu curled her lips. How could you lose it in such a short distance? Who would believe that? Shield bro, do you believe that? That's hard to say. Lin Yi shook his head. He didn't believe it. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, I really lost it. If you don't believe me, you can search me. Zhaolong quickly explained. I really lost it. Lost it. The bracelet belongs to Xinyan sis. How could you lose it? It seems like you don't care about it at all. Otherwise, why would you lose it? Yushu looked at Zhaolong strangely. I. Zhaolong was about to explode. He'd heard Tiger Right and Zhaoming talk about how scary Yushu was, but he didn't think much of it. Now that he'd experienced it himself, he knew how scary she was. Forget it, Xinyan sis. It's pointless talking to people like this. Let's go eat. Yushu pulled Xinyan's hand and prepared to leave. Zhaolong wanted to explain, but he was afraid that the more he explained, the more Yushu would refute him. He had no choice but to stomp his feet and go back to look for the bracelet. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find it. Give it to me. Xinyan raised her hand in front of Lin Yi after Zhaolong left, smiling at him. What? Lin Yi paused, but pretended like he didn't know. The bracelet. You must have gotten it back, Xinyan said confidently. Ha! Lin Yi nodded with a smile. He took out the bracelet from his pocket and gave it to Xinyan. You're pretty smart, guessing right away. Of course, it's easy to figure it out. Xinyan took the bracelet and put it on. Lin Yi realized that Xinyan could be very cute sometimes. She looked like a quiet girl, but once you got to know her, she would joke around occasionally. Lin Yi liked this personality. Xinyan sis, you really know Shield bro. He's already surpassed us. Yushu smiled. That's all I know. Xinyan blushed, a little embarrassed. As the four were talking, Bai Weituo and He Mayu walked over, but there were two little tails behind them. One was Zhong Duopan, and the other was Fan Ganhe. Bai Weituo, you can't even afford the gold jewelry He Mayu donated. What a coward. Zhong Duopan curled his lips. I say, Bai Weituo, if I were you, I'd be too ashamed to show my face. How could I be with He Mayu, FF37, W03C9, 30 FB, off 4D. Chapter 2634. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51, Zhong Duopan, we are old classmates. Why are your words so unpleasant? He Mayu was a little uncomfortable. She turned around and looked at Zhong Duopan. Whether Bai Weituo has money or not, what does it have to do with the amount of love? He also donated something, and it was also bought by someone else. This can be considered as a contribution to the orphanage. Hehe, Mayu, I was just kidding. Zhong Duopan heard He Mayu's words, and naturally, he didn't want to mock Bai Weituo. He took out the gold jewelry and handed it to He Mayu. Mayu, this jewelry is yours. I specially bought it and returned it to you. How can I accept this? I was originally going to donate it, but since you've won it, it's yours now. He Mayu shook her head and refused Zhong Duopan's kindness. Moreover, this gold jewelry has no commemorative meaning for me. It is just jewelry. You should keep it. Don't, Mayu. Zhong Duopan saw He Mayu wanted to leave, and reached out to grab her hand. He Mayu frowned. She didn't expect Zhong Duopan to touch her. She quickly shook off Zhong Duopan's hand and said, Zhong Duopan, we are old classmates. Why do you have to be like this? If I fall out with you, we can't even be friends. Bai Weituo's face turned red. He really wanted to beat Zhong Duopan up, but he also knew that if he made the first move, the one who would be beaten up would definitely be himself. Because Zhong Duopan had Fan Ganhe, who had a sports background. Bai Weituo took a deep breath and said, Zhong Duopan, Mayu is now my girlfriend. What do you mean by grabbing her? What's wrong with your girlfriend? Aren't you two not married yet? Besides, I just want to return the gold jewelry to Mayu. There is no other meaning. If you have the ability, you can auction this gold jewelry back. Then, I don't have to return it to her. Zhong Duopan curled his lips and said disdainfully, You. Bai Weituo was furious. However, Zhong Duopan ignored him and turned to He Mayu. Mayu, I'm a man. What's the point of holding on to this gold jewelry? Besides, you've worn it for so long, and you have feelings for it. You won't be willing to give it away just like that, right? I haven't worn it many times, so I don't have any feelings for it, He Mayu said faintly. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Since you don't want it, give it to me. I'll donate it to the orphanage. You can exchange it for money. Lin Yi walked over and snatched the ornament from Zhong Duopan's hands. You. Zhong Duopan glared at Lin Yi, but he couldn't say anything to refute. After all, he had already said that it was useless for a man like him to have the gold jewelry. If he took it back, it would seem petty. He Mayu, who didn't like him, would definitely think that he had an ulterior motive for giving her the gold jewelry. So, He could only suppress his anger. He said indifferently, "That's fine too. I'm just showing my love anyway. Hee. You're really caring." Bai Weituo saw that Lin Yi was here, and he finally vented his anger. He immediately felt great and mocked Zhong Duopan indifferently. "Of course, otherwise, how could I bid?" Zhong Duopan said helplessly. However, after He Mayu left, Zhong Duopan's mouth revealed a sly smile. Although He Mayu didn't want the gold jewelry, his purpose had been achieved. Just now, when he was holding He Mayue's hand, he applied a touch of powder on He Mayue's hand. This kind of powder had a long-lasting fragrance. It wouldn't be washed off even after washing and bathing. It would be effective for at least 2 to 3 days. Zhong Duopan's purpose was for the masquerade party tomorrow. He wanted to recognize He Mayu at the masquerade party, and then use this opportunity to make a request to He Mayu. As for what the request was, it depended on He Mayue's reaction. He naturally wanted a more excessive condition. As for the gold jewelry, he really didn't care much. It was just a medium to get in touch with He Mayu. His annoyance was just to confuse Bai Weituo and He Mayu. After Right Coiling Tiger got the tablet, he opened it immediately. However, he didn't know how to use this kind of high-tech product. After a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. In desperation, he searched for tutorials on the internet and finally found a file called Learning Experience Notes. With an incomparable excitement, Right Coiling Tiger opened the Learning Experience Notes. However, after one look, Right Coiling Tiger's face turned ugly. This was because the experience notes were not the notes of an alchemist at all, but the notes of Boss Bai's medical class. It recorded the content that Boss Bai usually talked about in class. Of course, there were some of Han Jingjing's own understanding and opinions, but they had nothing to do with alchemy. Right Coiling Tiger didn't want to study any medicinal properties, and he didn't want to prescribe medicine. What he wanted most was alchemy, but obviously not. Fuck, I've been tricked again. Right Coiling Tiger gritted his teeth and smashed the tablet on the ground, stomping on it a few times. "Master Right, calm down, don't smash it. Let's go interrogate Lin Yi." The blonde quickly stopped him, afraid that Right Coiling Tiger would break the tablet. "Interrogate my ass. Pig brain," Right Coiling Tiger said angrily. "The auction didn't say that this was the notes of an alchemist. Who am I supposed to go to? I'll be mocked if I go. I was wondering why it was so cheap. I thought I'd gotten a great deal. I didn't think I'd be screwed over. This Lin Yi really isn't a good person. Looks like I'll have to trade with him seriously." "That's true." The blonde nodded. He could only blame it on his bad luck. The masquerade party was held on time the next night. Lin Yi wore a male thief mask, Xinyan a pleasant goat mask, Meng Yaro a pretty goat mask, and Yushu a big wolf mask. Lin Yi and Xinyan entered the party separately from Meng Yaro and Yushu. Lin Yi didn't want to participate in an event like this, after all. He'd rather stay at home and train with Xinyan. But Yushu wanted to participate, and Lin Yi had no choice but to follow them with Xinyan. Lin Yi didn't dance or wander around after entering the party, but he found a corner and sat down. Xinyan, on the other hand, sat not too far from Lin Yi. The two weren't very close, but it was just enough for Lin Yi to smell the fragrance and train. FF37, W03C9, 30 FB, off 4D. Chapter 2635. At the entrance of the ball, Zhao Qibing rushed over and saw Tiger Right waiting for him. He asked anxiously, "I say, Master Yu, do you have any ideas? Is Lin Yi here or not?" "He's here, I saw him just now," Yu Coiling Tiger said as he pulled out a photo from his phone and sent it to Qibing. "This is the one. Just use this mask to look for the person. This is Lin Yi." Qibing nodded. Tiger Right had already gotten the image of the mask Lin Yi was wearing from third brother Yu. He stood at the entrance and naturally saw Lin Yi, so he told Zhao Qibing with certainty that Lin Yi was here. "Oh, that's good. I'll go in then. Are you coming in?" Zhao Qibing asked. "I'll wait and see." Yu Coiling Tiger wanted to wait for Han Jingjing to see if she attended the ball. If she did, then he would be able to recognize Han Jingjing, and then use this opportunity to ask Han Jingjing for the alchemist's experience notes. He'd sent Huang Maro to stand guard in front of Han Jingjing's villa, so that he'd be the first to know what Han Jingjing was wearing if she were to go out. Unfortunately, Huang Maro had just called, saying that Han Jingjing's car was still parked in front of the villa. Lin Yi, Meng Yaro, and Yu Shu were all there, but Han Jingjing wasn't. It went without saying that Han Jingjing wasn't interested in the masquerade ball. As for recognizing Lin Yi, Tiger Right wasn't interested. Although he could ask Lin Yi to give him Han Jingjing's notes, Lin Yi could just say that it was Han Jingjing's, not his, and he couldn't do it. Tiger Right's efforts would be in vain, so he might as well give this chance to Zhao Qibing. After waiting for a while, there was still no news from Blondie. Right Coiling Tiger also left the masquerade party. There was no point in staying here any longer. Pinliang was here as well, with Xiaofu in tow. He only had one ticket, though, so he couldn't bring anyone in. He wanted to see if there were people who didn't want to go, or if they wanted to sell their tickets. Coincidentally, he bumped into Tiger Right, who was about to leave. Right Coiling Tiger, what are you doing? Pinliang stopped Coiling Tiger left. Oh, young Master Zhong, what's the matter? Coiling Tiger Right put on a smiling face. He didn't really like Pinliang, but he didn't dare offend the everyday sect. You're not going to the masquerade ball? Pinliang asked. Me? I'm not going. I have something else to do. Right Coiling Tiger shook his head, but he did not explain the real reason. Then where's your ticket? Pinliang quickly asked. What are you doing here? Right Coiling Tiger was taken aback. He took out his admission ticket and asked. Just give it to me if you don't need it. I'm short one anyway. Pinliang said. Oh, alright, I'll give it to you then. Right Coiling Tiger didn't mind as he gave his ticket to Pinliang. Pinliang thanked him and entered the masquerade ball with Xiaofu. Pinliang's target this time was Meng Yao. He was tricked by Yu Shu at the auction, so he couldn't get close to Meng Yao. This masquerade ball was a chance he couldn't miss. Of course, he wouldn't make any unreasonable demands on Meng Yao. He just wanted Meng Yao to agree to go on a date with him. This request wasn't against the law, and it wouldn't put Meng Yao in a difficult position either. Meng Yao wouldn't be able to reject this request either. Wow. You're Wang Xinyan, I recognize you. The ball had just started, and Yu Shu pulled Meng Yao over to Pleasant Goat excitedly, pointing at her as she said, What's this? Shu, stop messing around. Lin Yi's practicing. Xinyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They came together, and they prepared the masks together. Naturally, Yu Shu would be able to recognize her. I'm not messing around, Xinyan sis. You've been recognized, so you have to agree to a request of mine. Yu Shu said with a straight face. That's the rule of the masquerade ball. It doesn't say that I can't meet someone I know before. Then. Alright, what do you want me to agree to? Xinyan said helplessly, but she was happy as well. The fact that Shu was messing around with her meant that Shu was slowly accepting her, acknowledging her position as a new member in the villa. Oh, let me think. Yu Shu pretended to be deep in thought. I got it. Xinyan sis, you want to be Shield Bro's girlfriend, right? Xinyan paused, not knowing what to say. I'm Xiaolong's fiancé, so I can't be Lin Yi's girlfriend, can I? I see. Alright then, I'll owe it to you for now. Yu Shu was just testing the waters, and she didn't insist on it after Xinyan's rejection. Shu, stop messing around. The four of us will be easily recognized if we're together, Meng Yao said. Okay. Yu Shu nodded before leaving with Meng Yao. Xinyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did she owe Shu a favor just like that? There were more and more people in the ball, and the music was also playing. In the ball, people could go to the dance floor to dance, and they could also take some snacks from the free buffet area to enjoy on the surrounding tables. Lin Yi was in the middle of practicing when a man in a black mask ran over, giving Xinyan quite a fright. Although it was a masquerade ball, the man was dressed like a bank robber. Xinyan asked subconsciously, You. What are you doing? Ha, I recognize you. You're Lin Yi. It was Zhao Qibing. He wasn't in the mood to participate in this masquerade ball. If it weren't for the fact that he wasn't allowed to enter with his face, he wouldn't even bother wearing the mask. Lin Yi came back to his senses and looked at the masked man in front of him. Zhao Qibing, is there something wrong with you? What do you want? I recognize you. According to the rules of the ball, you have to promise me one thing, Zhao Qibing said. You're not going to go back on your words, are you? Oh, what is it? You're not asking me to break your legs again, are you? Lin Yi frowned. Ha, Lin Yi boss, you're smart. That's right, hurry up and break my legs, I can't wait. Zhao Qibing was overjoyed that Lin Yi knew what he wanted. Chapter 26:36. Then I'll change it. If you don't break my leg, you'll go play with me for a day. We'll go to the amusement park, just the two of us alone. We'll go on roller coasters and merry-go-rounds, Qibing said. That's not against the rules, right? You pick one. Lin Yi was speechless. He didn't think that Qibing would be this shameless, asking him to go to the amusement park with him. Lin Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. Fine, I'll break your leg then. Right here? Yes, right here. I've arranged everything. Break my leg and I'll tell them I fell myself. Yellow and purple hair are waiting for me at the door, Qibing said. All right. Lin Yi nodded helplessly, agreeing to it. He looked at Zhao Qibing and kicked him twice. Pa. Pa. Two crisp sounds. Qibing knelt down on the ground, but his face was filled with joy. Good, this is great. It's finally broken. Boss Lin Yi, thank you so much. You're so fast. You're even faster than a practitioner. You're like a professional killer on TV. I didn't even have time to react and my leg was already broken. Clean and fast. Amazing. All right, leave now. Don't stay here and get in the way. Lin Yi waved his hand impatiently. He was even more confused. This Qibing didn't look like an idiot. Why was he asking for his leg again and again? What was he trying to do? Could it be that he was practicing some kind of evil technique? Zhao Qibing quickly found the staff from the student council, and when the staff heard that his leg was broken, he jumped in fright. But Zhao Qibing didn't care at all. He let the staff drive him to the entrance, got into Uncle Zhu's car, and drove away. Pin Liang and Xiaofu, on the other hand, walked around the ball looking for Meng Yao. He didn't know what Meng Yao looked like, but he was looking for Yu Shu. He knew that the two of them should be together. Liang bro, is that big cow Yu Shu? Xiaofu found his target. He said quickly. Oh, which one? Pin Liang paused and asked. It's that grey wolf over there, Jiao Xiaofu said as he pointed to a spot not far away. Oh. Pin Liang took a closer look. As expected, a big wolf and a pretty sheep suited Meng Yao and Yu Shu's personalities. It was true that they liked to watch Happy Goat and Big Wolf. Yu Shu's chest, on the other hand, was unparalleled. Pin Liang was very sure that it was Meng Yao and Yu Shu. Come, let's go. All right. Xiaofu nodded and walked over with Pin Liang. You're Meng Yao, I recognize you. Pin Liang pointed at the sheep. Meng Yao didn't expect Pin Liang to be the first to recognize her. She was a little surprised and disgusted. He frowned. Zhong Ping Liang? Haha, it's me. Yao, you have to agree to one of my requests now? Pin Liang smiled proudly. What request? Meng Yao asked helplessly. Of course, I won't force you. I'm sure you can do it. Pin Liang said, how about we go on a date after the party? Let's go watch a movie. Ah, date. Meng Yao looked at Pin Liang oddly. Don't worry, it's just a date. It's not against the law. Let's go watch a movie, all right? Pin Liang knew Meng Yao very well. He knew how to control the boundaries. Meng Yao couldn't say no. Aye. But Shu and Lin Yi have to go together, Meng Yao said after some hesitation. Sure. Pin Liang didn't want Lin Yi and Yu Shu to be a third wheel, but he didn't want Meng Yao to retaliate. So he said yes. All right, let's go watch a movie then, Meng Yao nodded. But how did you recognize me? It's a secret, haha. Pin Liang glanced at Yu Shu's chest and left with Xiaofu with a smile. Pin Liang's weird gaze at the end stunned Meng Yao, but when she looked at Shu, she understood what was going on. She couldn't help but get angry. Shu, you idiot, it's all because of you that Pin Liang got us out. Meng Yao said angrily. Ah. What does that have to do with Shu? Yushu was confused. Can't you disguise your chest a little? A cow is still a cow even if it wears a mask. Meng Yarrow said angrily. Yarrow Yao, you're just jealous. Yushu didn't care. I don't have it even if you want it. Who cares? I'm looking for Lin Yi. He can give me a breast enlargement anytime he wants. Meng Yarrow remembered that Lin Yi could use acupuncture for breast enlargement. Then go look for him, Yushu said. Meng Yarrow glared at Yushu, but her eyes weren't as obvious under the mask, and Yushu ignored her. On the other side, Zhong Duopan recognized He Mayu as well, but his conditions were a little too much. He wanted He Mayu to be his girlfriend, and after He Mayu rejected him, he went for a date with He Mayu, which was more or less the same as Pinliang's request. After the masquerade party, Meng Yarrow, Yushu, Lin Yi, and Xinyan went to the movie theater. Pinliang's request wasn't too much, and it wasn't hard for Meng Yarrow to fulfill it. The 6 of them went to the movie theater, the biggest one near the university city. There were 4 theaters, and 4 different movies were being shown at the same time for students to choose from. There were a lot of people here, and most of them were couples, but everyone still wanted to watch the movie they liked. There had to be at least one movie that suited their taste. There was a romance movie, a horror movie, a detective movie, and the latest Hollywood movie. Pinliang, naturally, had his plans. Yarrow Yao, this is a new movie, and it's really good. Let's watch it. It's a 3D effect, too, it'll be great. Pinliang liked horror movies, and he wanted to hold Meng Yao's hand when she got scared, to give her some comfort. Most importantly, he'd seen this movie before, and he knew the plot. He wouldn't be that scared anymore. Nope. Meng Yarrow, naturally, knew what Pinliang was thinking. She shook her head. I hate horror movies, I'll watch something else. Chapter 2637. A detective movie suits Detective Shu 007 style. Yushu suggested. A detective movie. That's fine too. Pinliang looked at the introduction of a detective movie. It was quite interesting, and he'd watched it before. He could tell Meng Yarrow about the plot later. Since he couldn't watch a horror movie, he'd settle for a detective movie instead. The 6 of them bought movie tickets and walked into the cinema together. There weren't many students who came to this cinema to watch detective movies. Perhaps students liked horror and romance movies, but they weren't very interested in detective movies that were more logical and logical. After all, most of the people who came here were students on dates. Naturally, they wouldn't focus on watching movies. Horror movies and romance movies didn't matter, but detective movies were different. If they missed a plot, they might not be able to understand it. Therefore, most students wouldn't choose it. Lin Yi and the others arrived just in time. The movie hadn't started yet, and the staff were busy selling popcorn, drinks, and other snacks. The 4 of them found a row and sat down. Meng Yarrow didn't want to sit next to Pinliang, but there was nothing she could do about it. Meng Yarrow didn't want to go back on her words, and with Lin Yi there, Pinliang wouldn't do anything outrageous. It didn't take long for the movie to start, and Meng Yarrow focused all her attention on the movie. Yarrow Yao, do you want some? Pinliang asked Xiaofu to buy a bunch of snacks for Meng Yarrow. Oh, give it to Shu. Meng Yarrow passed it to Yushu, not keeping one for herself. Liangzi, you're so nice. You used to buy delicious food for me when we were in high school, and you still do it now. Yushu took a big bag of delicious food and shared some with Xinyan and Lin Yi, eating happily. Pinliang didn't know what to say, but he forced himself to speak. Haha, yeah. Just wait until I become Meng Yao's bodyguard. Then I can buy it for you anytime, anywhere. Oh, good luck then. Are you going to challenge again? Yushu asked. Hehe, I can't say for sure. Let me think about it. Pinliang wanted to challenge Lin Yi, and he wanted to do it in public. Otherwise, in private. He was afraid that Lin Yi would go back on his word and say that he never kept his word with bad guys. That way, Pinliang would win for nothing. Shu, can't food shut your mouth? Don't talk too much. Meng Yarrow frowned. Yushu was leading the conversation in a direction she didn't want to go. Hurry up and watch the movie, aren't you Detective Shu 007? This movie is quite interesting. Make a good deduction later. Oh, okay. Yushu shut her mouth. This movie's not that interesting. I don't even know what it's about. Pinliang wanted to say more, but Meng Yaro didn't let him. He had no choice but to change the topic. This movie must be boring at the beginning, right? But we're about to enter the plot. Look, the servant is going to die soon. Dead. How did you know? Meng Yaro frowned. I can deduce it. Pinliang chuckled. Keep watching if you don't believe me. Sure enough, not long after, the murder happened, and the servant was really dead. However, Pinliang's words pissed off a young man sitting in front of him. He turned around and glared at Pinliang, telling him to shut up. Pinliang, on the other hand, didn't know that he was trying to show off his superior reasoning skills. He continued to show off in front of Meng Yaro. Look, I said it's the servant who's dead. Do you guys know who killed her? This case isn't complicated at all. Here's the truth. The scriptwriter led us wrongly. That old man is the murderer, not the customer. Pinliang had seen the movie before, so he told Meng Yaro who the murderer was and how he did it. Meng Yaro didn't know what to say. She glared at Pinliang. You said it yourself. What's the point of me looking at it? What's wrong with you? I just wanted to explain it to you beforehand. Pinliang didn't think that he'd backfired. He'd wanted to please Meng Yaro, but who knew that he'd made Meng Yaro hate him even more after he'd told her who the murderer was. Brat, stand up. Pinliang hadn't even finished when the young man on his right stood up and grabbed him by the collar. You! What are you doing? Pinliang asked, shocked. Do you know who I hate the most? The young man said angrily. I hate people like you who talk too much. No one thinks you're mute if you don't talk. How am I supposed to see it if you tell me who the murderer is? Pinliang was just about to curse when he felt a sharp aura around him. He didn't want to lose face in front of Meng Yaro. What does what I say have to do with you? Who do you think you are to control what others say? Do you know who I hate the most? I hate people like you who think they're the best. Why do you have to control what others say? Kid, are you looking for a fight? The young man said angrily. Lin Yi looked at the young man and was a little surprised. An Earth class? Which family was this master from? Why did he look so familiar? This person's face reminded Lin Yi of something, but he wasn't too sure about what it was. Practitioner? Pinliang wasn't a high-leveled practitioner, not even a golden class. He had only learned some basic arts, and he was only half a foot into the door of a practitioner after coming back from the everyday sect. However, he could still feel the chi waves of a practitioner. He didn't know how strong this man was, but he was definitely a practitioner. Hey! The young man was surprised. You know about practitioners? PH, I don't care which family or sect you're from. I'm telling you, I'm the disciple of the everyday sect's leader, Pure Yang Sky Master. My master won't let you go if you keep acting dumb. Pinliang breathed a sigh of relief at the man's admittance. He was a practitioner, and even if he was a solo practitioner, he should have heard of the everyday sect. Chapter 2638. Why should I? Pinliang didn't want to, but he didn't have the mid-tier golden cicada underwear anymore. He didn't dare use the centipede in front of Lin Yi, either. What if Lin Yi saw through him and decided not to fight him? Even if he wanted to use it, he would find a place where there was no one around. Therefore, although he was reluctant, he had already given in. I've introduced myself, but you haven't. Even if I apologize, you should at least let me know who you are, right? I'm Tang Yuchi, a detective from overseas, the young man said faintly. He was a famous detective overseas, and even if Pinliang wanted revenge, he'd have to think about his identity first. The reason why he was angry was because he was a detective himself, a fan of deductions. He liked to analyze things on his own when he watched movies, and he'd just gotten into character when Pinliang solved his deductions. It was only natural that he wasn't happy about it. Oh, a friend from overseas. Xiaofu, give him 100 kuai. Pinliang found a way out of this embarrassing situation and had Xiaofu give Tang Yuchi 100 kuai. Sorry for bothering you. It's fine. Tang Yuchi took the 100 kuai and left the theater. Lin Yi frowned as he watched him leave. Lin Yi felt that the man looked familiar, as if he'd seen him somewhere before. But he was from overseas, and that confused Lin Yi. Could he have seen him on a mission before? That couldn't be. He didn't know anyone with the surname Tang. Could he be related to the hidden house Tang? Tang Yuyu and Tang Yuchi. They sounded like brothers, but unfortunately, they probably weren't. Otherwise, one of them wouldn't be from a hidden family and the other an overseas detective. They were two completely unrelated people. As for the fact that they were both surnamed Tang and had the word Yu in their names, perhaps they were the same generation in the family tree. They might have been relatives a few hundred years ago. Plus, Tang Yuchi and Tang Yuchi didn't look very similar. Lin Yi found him familiar, but it wasn't because of Tang Yuchi. Tang Yuchi had already left, and Lin Yi shook his head and continued watching the movie. Pin Liang had learned his lesson this time, and kept his mouth shut. He bore a grudge against Tang Yuchi in his heart. However, he knew that he couldn't do anything to Meng Yao. The most important thing right now was to become Meng Yao's bodyguard. Right now, he only had the centipede, but he didn't have any powerful moves. The centipede wasn't weak, but there were conditions to use it. Pin Liang was thinking, maybe he should wait until he defeated Lin Yi before asking his master for some treasures. Chibing and Uncle Zhu arrived at the floating cloud. Zihua ran out to welcome him. Master Bing, you did it. Zihua was overjoyed to see Chibing with a broken leg. Lin Yi did it. Ian, he finally made his move. Chibing was helped into the room by Uncle Zhu. It's not easy, Lin Yi's getting smarter. He wouldn't break my leg easily, and now it's hard for him to make a move. I've practiced 1,000 kicks, and I still need 2 more times. Tell me, how can I make it 2 more times? Well, I think we should ask for Lin Yi's help. Zihua said after some thought. None of us are good at it. Only Lin Yi can master it well. That's true, but it's hard for Lin Yi to make a move now. I spent a lot of effort this time, and I even had Tiger Right to help me. I don't think I'll have such a good chance next time. Chibing shook his head. How about this, Zihua, you keep an eye on Lin Yi, and try to rope him in with the people around him. Try to analyze his mentality, and see how we can make him break my leg again. All right, got it. Zihua nodded. I'll give Lin Yi a free membership card tomorrow, and if Lin Yi accepts it, I'll ask him for help. Don't give it to Lin Yi, give it to Yushu. Lin Yi won't accept it, but it might be possible if you give it to Yushu. Chibing said after some thought. If Yushu agrees, she might be able to convince Lin Yi to beat me up. That works too, Zihua replied. Then I'll go back to the hidden house first. My leg is broken, and I need to apply some herbs for the 1,000 legs training. With that, Chibing said his goodbyes with Uncle Zhu. After returning to the hidden house, Chibing went back to his room to apply the medicine. Uncle Zhu, on the other hand, found a secluded place and called Lin Yi. Lin Yi was watching a movie when his phone rang. He took it out and was surprised to see that it was Zhu's second. Hello. Lin Yi lowered his voice and picked up the phone. Boss, it's Zhu's second. I have something important to tell you. Uncle Zhu lowered his voice and said carefully. Oh. What is it? Lin Yi asked. It's like this. You still don't know why Chibing wanted you to break his leg? Uncle Zhu asked. No, you do? Lin Yi was looking for a chance to ask Boss Zhu when Zhu's second called him first. Ian, didn't I recover my strength and break through? So Elder Zhao told me to follow Chibing around. Today was the first time I came out with him, and I asked him why he broke his leg on the way. Zhu's second said, actually, Zhao Chibing's practicing a technique called 1,000 legs, and this technique requires him to break his legs 9 times before he can learn the first form. Zhao Chibing broke his legs a couple of times before, but is still lacking a few times, so he came to you for help. Oh? Is that so? Lin Yi was a little surprised. It really is a skill. But there's such an insane skill. Lin Yi had wondered if Chibing practiced some kind of skill before, but it was just a random guess. He didn't think that he would be right. Yes, but I'm not too sure about the specifics. I just started following Chibing, and I can't ask him in detail. I'm afraid that he might get suspicious, Uncle Zhu said. All right, keep an eye on him at all times. Also, if possible, Make a copy of his technique for me to see. I want to see what it is. Lin Yi ordered. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it, Uncle Zhu replied. However, Uncle Zhu didn't pay attention to Chibing's phone call in his room. He didn't hear it, and it almost caused a lot of trouble. Chapter 2639. Chibing took out his phone and realized that it was an unfamiliar number. He hesitated, not wanting to answer it, so he hung up. What he didn't expect was that not long after, another call came in. Hello. Who is it? Chibing picked up impatiently. He was about to study his technique, and it was only natural that he wasn't happy to be interrupted. Zhao Chibing. I'm Yu Shan. A deep male voice came from the other side of the phone. Yu Shan. Chibing paused. He didn't know many people with the surname Yu, and Yu Shan seemed to be. He asked uncertainly, You're Yu Shan from the hidden house Yu? That's me, Yu Shan replied. We met a while ago. Haha, it's Yu Shan bro. Chibing looked down on Yu Shan, the cripple, but he was still a disciple of the hidden house Yu. His 1,000 kicks came from the hidden house Yu, so naturally he wouldn't offend them. Yu Shan bro, why did you call me all of a sudden? Haha, if that's the case, I'll call you Chibing bro then. Yu Shan smiled and changed his tone. There's some bad news I want to tell you. Bro, what news? Chibing paused. Bad news? That's right, Zhao Chijio from the Ice Palace. You know him, right? Yu Shan said, the one who was accepted into the Ice Palace with my brother Yu Bing, the one from your hidden house Zhao. Of course I do, but what about him? Chibing's heart skipped a beat, but he still asked calmly. He got 100,000-year treasure in the Outer Disciples test, and the sect master gave him a few pills, some of which were lost recipes between the small chi-gathering pill and the normal chi-gathering pill. I don't know what they're called, but they can raise the level of an earth class and above, and they don't have the side effects of the chi-gathering pill. There's only one of these pills left, and the fact that they were given to Zhao Chijio shows how lucky he is. Yu Shan couldn't help but feel angry as he said that. Lin Yi, Yu Bing, if it weren't for you guys, I would have been the one staying in the Ice Palace. I would have been the one finding the 100,000-year treasure. One had to say that after becoming a cripple, Yu Shan's mind had become twisted. He never thought about why he was crippled, nor did he think about the evil things he wanted to do before. All he could think about was hatred towards Lin Yi and Yu Bing. He knew that he was done for in this life. His strength and position were gone, and so he wanted vengeance. He wanted Lin Yi and Yu Bing to regret for the rest of their lives. But he couldn't do it with his own strength, so he had to borrow the strength of others. Just when Yu Shan couldn't think of a good solution, Zhao Chibing came to visit House Yu. His interest in Yu Ning suddenly gave Yu Shan hope, and he thought of a good idea. What? Then? What's his strength now? Chibing was shocked. He had relied on the pills he got from the auction to become an earth class, so naturally, he wouldn't put Chikuan and Chijio in his eyes. He was going to learn the 1,000 kick skill soon too, and he'd be even more powerful in the future. So as his strength increased, he didn't care about Chijio going to the Ice Palace anymore. What he didn't expect was for Yu Shan to bring news like this. According to what Yu Bing said, Chijio's strength went from Mystic Late Phase Peak to Earth Class Late Phase Peak after taking the pill, and is currently in closed door training to break through to Sky Class. Yu Shan was exaggerating a little. Chijio did find 100,000-years-old treasure, and the sect master did give him some pills as well. After taking them, he could break through to Earth Class Late Phase Peak. But the so-called isolation to break through to Sky Class was just something he made up. Even if the pills had the best effect and made Chijio an Earth Class Late Phase Peak, how could someone break through to Sky Class right after reaching Earth Class Late Phase Peak? But Zhao Chibing was too worried, and he didn't know how powerful the long-lost elixir was. He was shocked. What? His breaking through to Sky Class? Doesn't that mean that compared to my grandpa? Chibing was scared. Old Zhao was only a Sky Class early phase, and if Chijio were to become a Sky Class early phase, then if he still supported Chikuan, there wouldn't be a position for Chibing. That's right, so I told you the moment I got the news. Yu Shan said, Chibing lil bro, I felt like we were fated to get along that day, and I really want you to take over. I don't want that Zhao Chijio or Zhao Chikuan to get too powerful. Then, what should I do? Yu Shan bro, you must have a way to solve this, right? Chibing quickly asked. I don't have a way. Yushan shook his head. Unless you increase your strength as well, there's nothing you can do. I'm only telling you this so that you can prepare in advance. That way, you won't be caught off guard. Ah! Chibing was dumbfounded. He was full of confidence before, but who would have thought that Chijio would be this strong? Chibing lil bro, actually, I feel that if our hidden house you supports you, then even if Chijio becomes a sky class, there's nothing to be afraid of. Only then did Yushan say what he wanted to say, but he pretended to be emotional. Our hidden house U has 2 sky class masters, and one of them is even a sky class early phase peak. With Elder Zhao, that's 3 sky class masters. 3 against 1, can't we beat Zhao Chijio? That's true, but why would your hidden house you support me? Chibing frowned, unless, Yu Ning can marry me. Otherwise, your grandpa and the others wouldn't interfere with House Zhao's business. Yu Ning, then there's nothing I can do. You can only rely on yourself. Yushan smiled bitterly. Right, Yushan bro, you and Yu Ning are siblings. Do you have any good ideas for me to pursue her? Zhao Chibing's heart skipped a beat as he asked. Chapter 2640. That's true, Chibing nodded. It wasn't just Yushan, it was the same for him as well. But Yu Ning was different from those girls, she was a girl from a respectable family, so it was impossible for her to throw herself at him. As for forcing herself on him, Chibing's heart suddenly moved. If they really did do it, with House Yu's status, they wouldn't announce it publicly for the sake of their status and reputation. Chibing wasn't some nobody, he was the heir of the hidden House Zhao. As long as he was willing to take responsibility, the hidden house you wouldn't say anything, would they? With that thought, Chibing's heart began to stir. Yushan bro, what do you think? If I forced myself on Yuning, what would your grandpa's attitude be like? Ah! Chibing bro, it can't be, right? How could you have such a thought? Yushan was shocked, but he was excited that Chibing would fall into his trap. Let me tell you, our hidden house you isn't a normal house. If you do this, things will get out of hand, and you'll be in trouble. Trouble? What trouble can there be? You can't kill me, can you? The hidden house you isn't a normal house, and the hidden house Zhao is. Besides, I'm the heir of the hidden house Zhao. As long as I take responsibility for Yu Ning, it'll be fine, right? Don't wash your dirty linen in public. Getting married as soon as possible is the right thing to do. Chibing didn't think much of it. He felt that Yushan had become a lot more timid after becoming a cripple, and he didn't think things through properly anymore. That seems to make sense. Yushan hesitated for a while and said, but the point is, even if you want to force yourself on her, you won't have the chance. Yu Ning stays in the hidden house you all the time. Oh, aren't you the spy, Yushan bro? Chibing laughed and probed. He didn't know that he was probing Yushan, but it was Yushan who led him to this topic step by step. I. Yushan was scared and stuttered. Don't joke around, Chibing bro, I'm a cripple, how can I be the spy? My position in the hidden house you is very low right now, don't drag me down. Haha, big brother Yushan, how could I harm you? If I really do it with Yu Ning, then I'll be your brother-in-law. Chibing said, Yushan bro, you have to help me with this. How can I help you? Do you want me to trick Yu Ning out so that you can force yourself on me? That won't do, really won't do. Yushan shook his head and denied it. But it was one thing for him to deny it, but why did he mention a method to hint at Zhao Chibing? He had to admit that he had ulterior motives. It's very simple. Didn't big brother Yushan say it? As long as you find a chance to trick Yu Ning out, then everything will be solved. Brother Yushan, I beg you, as long as you help me, then I will definitely not forget your kindness in the future as long as I am promoted. Chibing couldn't help but want to complete this plan. What happened to Zhao Chijio had stimulated him, and he indeed wanted House Yu's help. Besides, he really did like Yu Ning, so no matter how he looked at it, he wouldn't lose anything. When I become the head of the house, there will be benefits for you. I'm a cripple, what benefits do I need? Yushan smiled bitterly. Brother Chibing, I can't become the head of the house. I'm a cripple, I just want to live the life of a rich young master. I don't want to do those risky things. Don't. Chibing panicked. The desire in his heart was aroused, and if he didn't fulfill it, he wouldn't be able to eat and sleep in peace. Big brother Yushan, although you're a cripple, that doesn't stop you from becoming the external elder of the house. You can take care of House Yu's business in the common world and take care of the family's food. As long as you have power in your hands, you might be able to recover. As far as I know, the third level pill, Great Recovery Pill, should be able to heal your injuries, right? Your injuries may be serious, but in reality, it's not incurable, right? Third level Great Recovery Pill? A glimmer of hope flashed in Yushan's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. Not to mention a hidden house, even an ancient sect would have a hard time getting a third-level medicinal pill. What did the hidden house Yu do? How could they get their hands on a third-level medicinal pill? Besides, even if they got a third-level pill, with his current position in House Yu wouldn't let him use it. Even if there was a sliver of hope, he wouldn't choose to take revenge, he would choose to take the risk. Yushan was injured by Lin Yi when he was still a mystic, and it wasn't that serious. One Great Recovery Pill was enough to heal him, but with House Yu's cold attitude and Elder Yu's disappointment in him, Yushan couldn't see any more hope. He knew that he had been abandoned. Ever since Elder Yu found out the truth, there was no chance for him to recover. It was already good enough that he could live a peaceful life as a rich young master. House Yu had already shown him mercy by not kicking him out of the house. Yeah, it's not like there's no hope. Chibing said, as long as you have the power in House Yu's hands, everything will be fine, right? That's true. Yushan didn't think much of it, but these are all secondary. If you want me to help you, sure, but you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Chibing asked quickly. One day, when you're strong enough, you have to help me get rid of Lin Yi. He was the one who injured me, and he's the person I hate the most. You have to promise me that you'll help me get revenge, then I'll help you. Yushan said after a pause. Lin Yi. Chibing paused and smiled bitterly. My hatred for him isn't any less than yours, but I'm not his opponent. What I'm saying is that one day, when you're strong enough, you have to help me get revenge. If not, I won't force you, Yushan said in his heart. It didn't matter if Lin Yi died or not. He wanted Yu Bing dead the most. Yushan, naturally, knew about what happened between Yu Ning and Lin Yi, so giving Yu Ning to Chibing was equivalent to taking revenge on Lin Yi. Yu Ning's identity was a bit special, and she couldn't lose her virginity. Yushan actually knew a thing or two about it, but he didn't know the details. But that didn't stop him from going against House Yu. Chapter 2641. His position in House Yu was no different from the normal disciples. There was no happiness in his life at all. The only thing that kept him going was vengeance. Now that he had his revenge, he was dead. From a practitioner and a competitor for the position of heir to a crippled and abandoned pawn, no one would feel good about this. One day. Of course, that's not a problem. Chibing breathed out in relief and agreed. He didn't need Yushan to say anything. Even if he didn't, with his strength, he wouldn't let Lin Yi go. All right, I'll take the risk and help you this once, but you can't sell me out after this. You have to take all the responsibility, Yushan said. All right, no problem. Zhao Chibing agreed without a second thought. After all, he was going to have a showdown with House Yu after forcing himself on them. Instead of dragging Yushan into this, he might as well take the responsibility himself. To him, the result was the same, but to Yushan, it was definitely harming him. If that's the case, I'll think of something. Let's see if I can ask Yu Ning out for a walk after 2 days of meals. Then you can bring some men and knock us out, kidnap Yu Ning, and then you can carry out your plan, Yushan said. Yushan said. This was actually a plan he'd thought of before, but if he'd told Chibing directly, Chibing would have been suspicious and might even report him to House Yu. But he slowly brought up the topic from Chijio, and it didn't seem too sudden at all. In the end, it seemed like Chibing was the one who'd asked for it, and Yushan had no choice but to agree. All right, let me know in advance. It'll take me 3 hours to get to the hidden House Yu from here. I need to prepare in advance. Chibing nodded. Then what are you preparing for? Why don't you just come over today and wait for me? Yushan said. All right, I'll be there right away, Chibing quickly replied. After hanging up, Chibing's emotions were surging. This trick was a little despicable, but to him, it wasn't dangerous at all. He didn't know that Yu Ning was the inheritor, and he didn't know how important Yu Ning was to House Yu and that place. That was why he fell for Yu Shan's trick and took the bait. If he knew that there was such a powerful force behind Yu Ning, he would be scared to death. But that was the way of the world. Ignorance was bliss, and Chibing felt that even if Elder Yu wasn't willing, he would still agree to the marriage proposal. He was the future head of the hidden house Zhao, after all, and it wouldn't be a loss for Yu Ning to marry him. However, Zhao Chibing didn't lose his rationality. After the excitement, he didn't act on his own and went to Elder Zhao's place. "Master Bing, are you looking for the old patriarch?" Elder Mion smiled as he looked at Chibing. He wasn't as experienced as Elder Bai, and naturally, he couldn't be as arrogant as Elder Bai, supporting whoever he wanted to be the next head of the house. Elder Mion, on the other hand, was trying to please Chibing for his own position. "Yes, Elder Mion, is my grandpa here?" Chibing nodded. "He's here. The old patriarch has just finished his training." "Master Bing, you can go in directly," Elder Mion said. "All right, thank you, Elder Mion." Zhao Chibing nodded and entered the courtyard where Elder Zhao practiced. Elder Zhao had just finished his training when he heard the voice outside the door. "Chibing, didn't you just break your leg? Why are you still walking around?" "Oh, I used a small recovery pill, Grandpa, it's fine now," Chibing said. Chibing said, "Grandpa, I have something important to ask you. Can you see if it's possible?" "Oh? What is it? Tell me," Elder Zhao signaled for Chibing to continue. "It's like this." Chibing told old Zhao about how Chijio was lucky enough to find 100,000-year treasure and the elixir, as well as how he wanted to get House Yu's support and forced himself on Yu Ning. He told old Zhao all about it. "What? You're saying that Chijio is breaking through to Sky Class?" Elder Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He didn't think that Chijio would have something like this. This was completely out of his expectations. At this moment, he even regretted treating Chikuan like this. If he gave up on Chibing and supported Chikuan, then House Zhao would have 2 Sky-class masters in the future, but that would be a little unfair to Chibing. After all, he was the one who gave him this Sky class, and there was no turning back now. The hidden House Zhao had already signed Chikuan up for the Sky Elixir School's test, and there was no turning back now. He had no choice but to go through with it. So, the most important thing now was to kidnap House Yu onto Chibing's chariot. As long as House Yu supported Chibing, then Chijio wouldn't be able to do anything even if he was a Sky class. House Yu had 2 Sky class masters, and one of them was Sky class early phase peak. Chijio wouldn't be able to do anything. So, as for what Chibing said about forcing Yu Ning, Elder Zhao didn't think it was good for House Zhao's reputation, but from a profit perspective, it was still doable. The marriage between Zhao Guangyin and Yu Xiaojin had benefited the hidden house a lot over the years. The hidden house didn't have a Sky class before, and they were at the bottom of the hidden house hierarchy. They were only slightly stronger than the hidden house Han. But with House Yu's help, House Zhao's position slowly rose. Although Elder Zhao was a Sky class now, compared to the hidden House Yu, House Zhao was still much weaker. Because of the Qi gathering pill, the relationship between House Zhao and House Yu had fallen to a freezing point. If Chibing could get the beauty back, then the 2 houses would be on good terms again, and this was a good thing for House Zhao. The only thing that worried old Zhao was Yushan's goal. Old Zhao was a shrewd man, and naturally, he didn't believe that Yushan would be so kind as to report to Chibing and help him out of the goodness of his heart. It didn't seem realistic. "Yushan, that's what he told you? I feel like his goal isn't that simple," Elder Zhao said. "It's weird that he told you about Chijio. You don't know him at all, you've only met him once. If it were you, would you do that?" Chapter 2642. FF37, FF18, XFF 33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51, Oh? You're saying? Oh, right, Yushan is crippled. His position in the hidden house must be dropping, especially after what he did to Yu Bing in the Ice Palace test. It'd be weird if Yu Xiaochen treated him nicely. I can't blame him for looking for someone else. Elder Zhao nodded. He said, He wants me to get revenge on Lin Yi, this. Zhao Qibing was a little worried after hearing what Elder Yu said. I'm not afraid of that. I think it's just an excuse. There are some things he can't say. You said that you'll help him become an elder of House Yu, and he didn't object to it, did he? I think he doesn't want to be a cripple for the rest of his life, so he wants to get some benefits from you. Elder Zhao analyzed. Grandpa, you're the best, hitting the nail on the head. I didn't think of that. Zhao Qibing said respectfully. Haha, but it's fine. If we do this well, it'll be beneficial for us. We can help Yushan in the future. After all, we shouldn't forget the person who dug the well. Elder Zhao nodded. But, this is a very important matter. You have to do it well, don't mess it up. If you mess it up, then our relationship with the hidden house you will be irreparable. It'll be impossible for you to propose again. Elder Yu seems to love Yuning a lot, so you either succeed or don't do it. We can't afford the consequences of failure. I understand. Zhao Qibing nodded happily. Grandpa said this, so it meant that he agreed with what he was doing. Let's keep a low profile for this. You only need to bring one man to help. There are too many people, and if the news gets leaked, then it won't be fun anymore. Elder Zhao reminded. Also, don't say anything to this man before the execution of the plan, just in case he leaks the news. Don't worry, Grandpa. I know what I'm doing, Qibing replied. Ah, Elder Bai's gone. Why don't you let him follow you? I trust him. Old Zhao sighed. Elder Mion is fine, but I've been asking him to help me look for sky-class weapons these days. He's in contact with the Cultivator Trade Association, so he can't leave. How about this? In our family, who is your most trusted subordinate? Uncle Zhu then, he's the first one to follow me, and he's one of my loyal dogs. Why don't we bring him along? Qibing said after some thought. Sure, but don't mention the word lackey in the future. You're the young patriarch, so you need to learn how to win people's hearts. You have to be more respectful to him, Old Man Zhao reminded. Haha, grandfather. Of course I know that, I'm just saying it in front of you. Actually, I'm quite good at winning people's hearts. Uncle Zhu and his brother Boss Zhu were so touched by my words that they swore to follow me until their deaths. Qibing smiled proudly. That's right. Yes, it's about the principles of controlling subordinates. I'll explain it to you in the future. This is a necessary skill for a young patriarch. Go do what you need to do first. We'll talk about it when we get back. Old Zhao nodded and said to Qibing. Zhao Qibing left Elder Zhao's place and found Uncle Zhu. Uncle Zhu, prepare the car now. We're going out for a while. We have something to do. Now. Uncle Zhu paused. Master Bing, didn't we just come back? What are we going to do? Don't ask so much, you'll know when we get there. Qibing didn't explain too much. He remembered old Zhao's words, to be careful and not leak the news. Yes, Uncle Zhu quickly nodded and went to prepare the car. Ice Palace. In the outer sect disciple dormitory, there was a most luxurious dormitory. This was where the outer sect disciple with the highest status lived, which was also the head deacon of the outer sect disciples. He was in charge of all the outer sect disciples' training, as well as the distribution of rewards and punishments, as well as the distribution of monthly stipends. Most importantly, the head deacon didn't have to do all the chores of the outer disciples. He just had to say a few words and it would be done. The rest of the time, they could train peacefully like the inner disciples, and they had all the privileges of an inner disciple. Apart from not being able to live with inner disciples, the monthly allowance and cultivation resources they enjoyed were no different from inner disciples. Even the ordinary inner disciples had to respectfully address the head deacon of the outer disciples as senior brother. The head deacon of the Ice Palace, on the other hand, was Yu Bing. Of course, this was also because of Xiao Xiao. Yu Bing's potential was good, but he wouldn't be able to get this position otherwise. It was no different from an inner disciple, even higher than an inner disciple. Now, the Ice Palace's outer sect had a new vice deacon. It was Zhao Qijiu, the one who found the 100,000-year treasure. Although Zhao Qijiu was also arranged to stay in the dorm next door, he was close to Yu Bing. They were both Lin Yi's lackeys, and so their relationship was quite good. According to past management, there would always be differences between the two, But Yu Bing and Zhao Qijiu didn't. Both of them got their positions because of their relationship with Lin Yi, with Xiaoxiao's approval. They belonged to the same faction in the Ice Palace, and they were both Mrs. Lin Yi's subordinates. What was there to argue about? And so, the two just moved to the same villa, exchanging pointers and training experiences, and the two improved at lightning speed. After all, the qi here was thick, and there were plenty of resources. The two were at the top of the food chain, and their lives were as carefree as they could get. You're not planning on using those pills? Yu Bing looked at Qijiu, not quite comprehending. Ever since Qijiu got those pills, he'd kept them away, not using them at all. Yu Bing didn't want to ask too much, since they belonged to him. Asking too much would make Qijiu misunderstand and think that he was asking for them. But after a while, Qijiu didn't use them, and Yu Bing couldn't help but ask. Me? Qijiu paused and smiled bitterly. You didn't ask me for so long, I thought you knew my goal. I didn't think that you really didn't know, so you asked me out of curiosity. People are always curious when they see something they don't understand, I'm no exception. Yu Bing paused for a second before smiling. Training pills are things that should be done sooner rather than later. The small qi gathering pills you have now can help you break through to the Earth class, but once you become an Earth class, the small qi gathering pills won't be of much use anymore. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. Chapter 2643. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. Of course I know that, but I want to keep the pills and give them to Boss Lin Yi and Master Tan when I see them. Qijiu shook his head and said firmly, Master Tan helped me, and Boss Lin Yi saved both of our lives. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. I, Qijiu, am not that strong, and I don't want to be some master. All I can do is try my best to repay Master Tan and Boss Lin Yi. Leaving these pills for them is natural. Plus, these pills were given to us by the First Madam. If it weren't for her relationship with the vice sect leader, how could I have gotten these pills? Those 100,000-year-old treasures grew in the Ice Palace, and if I didn't find them, it'd be good enough if someone gave me one. Why would she give me so many? That's true. Yu Bing couldn't help but be moved by Qijiu's words. He didn't expect Qijiu to be so loyal to Lin Yi and Qikuan. But, Yu Bing thought about himself. If he were the one who got the pills, would he have given them to Lin Yi? The answer was obvious. Yu Bing would have done that. He was able to keep his life from Yushan, stay in the Ice Palace to train, and become an outer sect deacon, all because of Lin Yi. If it weren't for Lin Yi, he might have died long ago. And so, Yu Bing's gratitude towards Lin Yi was no less than Qijiu's. When Qijiu said that he wanted to leave the pills behind, he understood what he was thinking. But he still tried to persuade him. It's been so long, Lin Yi must have broken through Mystic to Earth. He might be close to Sky Class now. I think you should take the small qi gathering pills yourself, and leave the middle ones for Boss Lin Yi. Actually, I'm leaving the small qi gathering pills for Master Tan. Qijiu smiled. Yu Bing, you don't have to persuade me, I've made up my mind. I won't touch these pills, I'd rather train myself. Alright, if that's the case, let's work hard together. Yu Bing nodded. In actuality, Xiaoxiao really wanted to give these pills to Lin Yi directly, but she couldn't. Bing Tang had a promise with Lin Yi. If Lin Yi couldn't make the Ice Heart Jade Bone Pill within 2 years, she'd have to accept the inheritance. If Lin Yi could become a Sky Class Late Phase Peak, or a Golden Class Level 3 Alchemist, Bing Tang would become Lin Yi's little wife. So, Xiaoxiao couldn't help Lin Yi in the dark, and Bing Tang wouldn't allow it. And so, the only thing Xiaoxiao could do now was to give these pills to Lin Yi's followers so that they could grow as fast as possible and become Lin Yi's helpers in the future. What Xiaoxiao didn't expect, however, was that Qijiu was this loyal. She was leaving the pills for Lin Yi. But, what Xiaoxiao didn't know was that while she was thinking about Lin Yi, Bing Tang was also secretly paying attention to Lin Yi. Lin Yi promised her that he could make the Ice Heart Jade Bone Pill within 2 years, but Bing Tang didn't really believe him. So, naturally, She paid more attention to Lin Yi. Of course, there was another reason as well. Bing Tang had once said that if Lin Yi became a Golden Class Level 3 alchemist, or a Sky Class Late Phase Peak, she'd marry Lin Yi to be his little wife. Bing Tang was worried that Lin Yi would accidentally achieve his goal. Should she marry him or not? This was a problem that Bing Tang was very conflicted about, especially after seeing Lin Yi's strength increase by leaps and bounds. He went from Mystic Late Phase to Earth Mid-Phase Peak when they first met in the Ice Palace. What surprised Bing Tang the most was that Lin Yi was actually selling a bunch of Level 2 pills in the Practitioners Exchanges market, and they were all high-quality pills. Could it be that Lin Yi had become a Level 2 alchemist in such a short time? One had to know that many alchemists couldn't even reach the second rank in their lifetime. Moreover, even if they were a second-rank alchemist, it was impossible for them to create a pill that was as full as Lin Yi's. This situation made Bing Tang both surprised and confused. But she wasn't going to tell Xiao Xiao these things. She was the vice leader of the Ice Palace now, but she was only in charge of the internal affairs. Contact with the outside world was still in Bing Tang's hands, and getting information through Manager Li wasn't something Xiao Xiao could interfere with. That night, Lin Yi drove off with Meng Yaro, Yu Shu, and Xinyan after the movie was over. Pin Liang had successfully gone on a date with Meng Yaro, but the two hadn't made any headway in their relationship at all. It was worse than before because of his big mouth. Liang bro, it's all that Tang Yuqi's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be so useless today, Xiaofu said angrily. Tang Yuqi. Whatever, let's ignore him for now. Pin Liang said with a frown. I can see now that Yu Shu's an ungrateful wretch. I gave her so many benefits, and she sold me out in the blink of an eye. If I want to get close to Yaro Yaro, the biggest obstacle isn't Lin Yi, it's her. Oh. Then what do we do? Get rid of her? Xiaofu made a throat-slitting gesture. He'd seen a lot of bloody things in the Tomorrow and Everyday sect recently, and he'd become colder to human life. I don't think we can do that. It's a bit difficult, and Lin Yi isn't someone to be trifled with. If Yu Shu were to die out of nowhere, he'd definitely suspect me, Pin Liang said. But, in order to make sure that this girl doesn't come and cause trouble for Lin Yi, I'm planning on getting the drunken centipede to bite that Yu Shu girl before the fight starts. She'll pass out, so she won't cause any more trouble. Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll get rid of that girl and cause trouble for Lin Yi at the same time. Two birds with one stone, Xiaofu said in agreement. Then it's settled. Pin Liang came up with a plan in a few sentences. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the school's broadcast room and announce that I'm going to challenge Lin Yi. The school's charity party this time was very successful, and the total amount raised was over 100 million. Of course, Pin Liang and Chibing took up the majority of the money. The other bosses and celebrities didn't donate as much. The ones who donated more than 10 million, the ones who donated less than 100,000, and the ones who donated less than 10,000 were very common. The amount of money raised surprised the school. It was a lot more than the previous years. Of course, this was also due to Pin Liang and Chibing's efforts. Although no one knew why the two would give such a high price, as long as they had a heart, it was fine. If they didn't say anything, no one would ask. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. Chapter 2644. FF37, FF18, XFF33. FF23, OMU 85C0F, 8BF4, 66F4, 65B0, 6700, 5 February, 5C0F, 8BF4, 9605, 8BFB, 7F51. The next morning, Lin Yi called Yu Xiaoke and told her the good news. However, Lin Yi didn't feel any happiness from Yu Xiaoke's tone. Lin Yi was confused. Yu Xiaoke, are you unhappy? I'm happy, Yu Xiaoke said weakly, but her heart was in a mess. Why did Lin Yi call her for the school's donation money? Did it show that he cared about her? Yu Xiaoke couldn't help but think too much. She couldn't help it. Once she misunderstood Lin Yi, no matter what Lin Yi did, she would think that Lin Yi had special feelings for her. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Lin Yi asked with concern. Although Lin Yi's identity was Lin Yi, he was still a male thief. These two identities would overlap in front of Yu Xiaoke, so it was reasonable that Lin Yi showed special care for Yu Xiaoke. I'm fine. Yu Xiaoke was on her period these few days, and she was indeed in a bad mood. But she couldn't tell Lin Yi about this. She didn't think that their relationship was that good. Oh. Never mind then. I'll bring the donation over in a few days and visit the orphanage. Lin Yi didn't think too much about it. Don't come, Yu Xiaoke said subconsciously, but after saying it, she felt that she was overreacting. So she quickly changed her words. I mean, how are you going to bring that much money? You can just send it over directly. What if you lose it? Remittance. That's fine, but the charity money is in the school's account for now. The school's finance department gives you a check, so you just need to exchange it at the bank. Let me see. I'll exchange it for you when I'm free, Lin Yi said. Alright, then send the money after you exchange it. I'll send you the orphanage's account in a bit, Yu Xiaoke said. Sure, Lin Yi didn't think much of it. After all, it was troublesome for him to go to Songshan personally. Lin Yi just arrived at the classroom. A familiar male voice came from the loudspeaker in the school broadcasting room. Hello, can you hear me? Whether it was in the classroom, the playground, or the students resting in the dormitory, they were all stunned when they heard this sound. It was rare for the school broadcast to have this kind of sound test. Only those who were not familiar with the broadcast would do this. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhong Pingliang. I believe everyone knows me, so I don't need to introduce myself. Pingliang's voice came through the speakers once more. I'm here to announce something important. I'm going to challenge Lin Yi to a sparring match. The time will be 1 in the afternoon, and the venue will be the school's small field. I'd like to invite all of you to come watch. Thank you, everyone. Lin Yi. I'll be waiting for you there. Don't be afraid to come. Whoever doesn't come is a coward, a son of a bitch. Zhong Pingliang wanted to announce the challenge at the auction last night, but because of Yushu's interference, he had no choice but to announce it in the broadcasting room in the morning. It took him a long time to get the approval of the student council before he came to the broadcasting room to issue the letter of challenge. The school didn't forbid students from sparring. As long as it wasn't too big of a commotion, the school wouldn't interfere. But Zhong Pingliang's challenge was a bit vulgar. He might even get punished, but Zhong Pingliang didn't care. As long as he could become Meng Yao's bodyguard, it was all worth it. He was afraid that Lin Yi wouldn't accept the challenge, so he had to say it out loud. Lin Yi listened to Zhong Pingliang's challenge on the loudspeaker. Lin Yi was astonished. The kid was challenging again. Did he have some trump card up his sleeve? Donghai Engineering University's campus echoed with Pingliang's declaration of war. Yushu and Meng Yaro, who were in the economics department's classroom, naturally heard the news as well. Yaro, Zhong Pingliang really has a purpose this time. He must have gotten some new treasure from the Everyday and Everyday sect, or else he wouldn't have agreed to fight Shield Bro, Yushu said. But he doesn't have Zhong Pingliang's golden cicada underwear. Won't he just get beaten up? Who knows? Meng Yaro shook her head. Why didn't I see it yesterday? His disguise was good enough. Yeah, I'll go check it out during lunch break, see if I can find out what trump card Zhong Pingliang has up his sleeve. Yushu said. I'll leave this mission to Detective Shu 007. Then be careful. Meng Yaro nodded after some hesitation. She didn't want Lin Yi to lose. Knowing your enemy was the key to victory, but she still reminded him. Zhong Pingliang seems to have his guard up against you. Don't force it if you really can't do it. Yeah, I know. Yushu nodded. At noon, Yushu called Pingliang as soon as class ended. Shu, what's up? Zhong Pingliang hated Yushu to the core, but he still acted friendly on the outside. He couldn't help it, since Yushu was Meng Yao's best friend. Liangyi, where are you? Why are you challenging Shield Bro again? Are you sure you can win? Yushu probed. Zhong Pingliang already knew that Yushu was definitely with Lin Yi, not him. He also knew that Yushu was probably here for information. He'd been taken advantage of once, so there was no way he'd let that happen again. He'd been thinking of asking Yushu to come out as well. He wanted to release the centipede to bite her, knock her out, and mess up his mood. He'd been thinking of an excuse to ask her out, but Yushu came to him on her own. Pin Liang was overjoyed, but didn't let it show on his face. I'm in the little park behind the school, practicing my martial arts. You'll know if I'm confident or not if you come and see my ultimate move, won't you? Oh, you have an ultimate move? Then I'll have to see it for myself. Yushu wasn't expecting Zhong Pingliang to agree so quickly. Then wait for me at the park behind the school, I'll be there right away. Okay. Wait. Zhong Pingliang suddenly changed the topic. You're not here to get information for Lin Yi, are you? Did you steal my Zhong Pingliang's golden cicada underwear last time? What mid-class golden cicada underwear? What's that? Is it the same thing as Zhong Pingliang's golden cicada underwear? Yushu asked. You don't know? Chem. It's nothing. You do it then. Pin Liang said, feigning his attack. FF37, W03C9, 30FB, off 4D. Chapter 2645. 10 minutes later, Yushu arrived at the park behind the school. There'd be a lot of couples dating here if it were summer, but it was winter now, and the weather was cold. There weren't many people here, and Pin Liang, on the other hand, was at a flowerbed by the side of the fountain, practicing some moves he didn't know what they were doing. In actuality, Pin Liang was just following the moves blindly. He couldn't use the moves yet, but he could mimic the moves. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything if Lin Yi fainted on stage. Liangi? Yushu was a little puzzled when she saw that Pin Liang was really practicing. Did this guy have some sort of inheritance? How did he become a practitioner? Oh, Shu, you're here? Pin Liang stopped practicing and called out to Xiaofu. Xiaofu, go get some drinks. This was something they'd agreed on beforehand. Xiaofu would spray some bait on the drinks, luring the centipede to bite Yushu without anyone noticing. Even Yushu herself wouldn't know. Okay, Liang bro. Xiaofu went to get the drinks while Pin Liang sat on the flowerbed nearby. Shu, tell me the truth. Do you think I'm Meng Yao's bodyguard or not? Why do I feel like you've been messing with me this whole time? About this, I can tell you the truth. When Shield Bro first came here, he was tricked by us many times. But Shield Bro always dodged us and didn't let us trick him. This is the only way to become Yaro Yaro Sis's bodyguard. Yushu said. As the saying goes, you need to be strong to forge iron. A gentleman can't blame himself for training. You've been messed with, and that only means that you're not strong enough. You need more experience. I see. Pin Liang thought about it. Yushu's words made sense. It was true that they didn't like Lin Yi at first, and even encouraged him to teach Lin Yi a lesson. It seemed that Yushu wasn't lying this time. But that didn't mean Pin Liang would let Yushu go just like that. Xiaofu came back with 3 bottles of drinks, handing one to Yushu and the other to Pin Liang before drinking one himself. Yushu, on the other hand, was caught off guard. After all, Pin Liang always gave her snacks. She hadn't expected Gao Xiaofu to tamper with the drink bottles. Gulp. Pin Liang finished the drink in one gulp before tossing the bottle away. He stood up and turned to Yushu. How about I show you my ultimate move now? Let's see if I can defeat Lin Yi. Sure. Yushu nodded and watched as Pin Liang started practicing martial arts on the spot. He wasn't activating the martial arts, but Yushu didn't know that. Pin Liang was doing it very well. I thought he had just learned this martial technique from somewhere. After a while, Pin Liang released the centipede when Yushu wasn't paying attention. The centipede, on the other hand, was looking for a bait when it wasn't being attacked. Yushu wasn't too far away, and the centipede locked onto her in no time at all. The centipede whooshed over to Yushu's side, burrowing into Yushu's pants and biting down. Hey! What's that? Yushu felt a slight pain in her leg. She was about to check it out when a wave of dizziness hit her, and she fainted on the ground. The centipede, on the other hand, quickly retreated from Yushu's pants. It crawled back into Pin Liang's sleeve. Haha, this centipede sure is useful. Pin Liang was overjoyed at the sight of Yushu fainting. It gave him a boost in confidence. He was full of hope for his match with Lin Yi this afternoon. He turned to Xiaofu. Give me the phone, I'll call Yaro Yaro and get her to pick Yushu up. Okay. Xiaofu passed the phone to Pin Liang. Pin Liang had been training, and it wasn't convenient for him to carry his phone with him, so he gave it to Xiaofu for safekeeping. Pin Liang dialed Meng Yao's number after taking the phone. Yu Shu went to find out what was going on, and Meng Yaro was waiting for her in the cafeteria. Pin Liang's call made her feel uneasy. Hello. Pin Liang, what's up? Yaro Yao, it's bad. Shu fainted all of a sudden. Pin Liang said, panicking. What? Shu fainted. What happened? Meng Yaro jumped up from her seat and ran out of the cafeteria, ignoring the food on her table. She ran towards the park behind the school. I don't know. Shu said she wanted to watch me practice, so I showed her. But then she fainted all of a sudden. I didn't dare move around, afraid that it was some kind of acute illness. It'd be bad if I moved. Pin Liang said. Liang bro. You. Pin Liang was explaining to Meng Yaro when Xiaofu interrupted. Xiaofu, don't talk. We'll talk later. Pin Liang cut Xiaofu off impatiently before turning to Meng Yaro. Yaro Yao, come to the park behind the school. Guys and girls shouldn't touch each other. I can't just carry her to the hospital. Okay, I'll be right there. With that, Meng Yaro hung up and quickly called Lin Yi, telling him about Shu fainting and telling him to rush to the park behind the school as soon as possible. After hanging up, Pin Liang turned to Xiaofu. Xiaofu, what's up? Can't you see that I'm calling Meng Yaro? What if we get exposed? No, Liang bro, your sleeves. Xiaofu pointed at Pin Liang's sleeves, his expression shocked. What's wrong with my sleeves? Pin Liang paused, not understanding. Your sleeve, it's smoking. Xiaofu suddenly yelled. Oh no, your sleeve is on fire, what? Pin Liang was shocked to realize that his clothes were smoking, and his sleeves were on fire. This situation gave him a huge fright. What's going on? What's wrong with my sleeve? Why is it on fire? Chapter 2646. Pin Liang had no other choice but to jump into the fountain next to the flower bed. It was winter, and even though the fountain was warm, the weather was too cold. The water in the fountain was covered in ice, and Pin Liang shivered from the cold as he jumped in. Fortunately, he managed to put out the fire. Pin Liang quickly climbed out of the pool and sneezed. What's going on? Why's my body on fire for no reason? Liang bro, the centipede is still in your sleeve. Are you okay? Xiaofu was thinking about the centipede, wondering how it was doing. Yeah, my centipede. Pin Liang said, shocked. He remembered that the sleeve that caught on fire was the one with the centipede inside. He didn't know how it was doing. He quickly chanted in beast language to summon the centipede, but the centipede didn't come out. Pin Liang was scared out of his wits. He quickly flipped open his sleeve and found the centipede inside, but it wasn't the centipede at all. The centipede had turned into a dried centipede, and even though Pin Liang was soaking wet, the centipede was still red and smoking. Pin Liang couldn't help but throw the centipede to the ground subconsciously. Why is the centipede smoking? Did it catch on fire? Xiaofu looked at the centipede on the ground, confused. What? What's going on? Pin Liang looked at the centipede on the ground, dumbfounded. This was his trump card against Lin Yi. Now that the centipede had caught on fire and turned into a dried centipede, it was clearly dead. What was he going to do about the match in the afternoon? How did the centipede die? The two were studying it when Meng Yaro and Lin Yi came running over. Pin Liang had no choice but to roll up the dried centipede with his sleeve. His expression was as ugly as it could get. Shu, are you okay? Meng Yaro ran over and held onto Yu Shu's hand, calling her name. She was the closest to Shu, even though they were always bickering with each other. But there really was trouble. She was also the most concerned. Yaro Yao, don't worry. Let me take a look first. Lin Yi sighed in relief when he saw that Yu Shu was still breathing. As long as she was still breathing. Yeah. Meng Yaro knew that there was nothing she could do to help, and so she quickly moved to the side to give Lin Yi space. Lin Yi put his hand on Yu Shu's pulse, carefully checking her body condition. Meng Yaro, on the other hand, glared at Pin Liang. Pin Liang, what's wrong with you? Did you do it? What do you mean I did it? Pin Liang said with a sad face. Meng Yaro looked at him for a long time. She didn't know why he was so sad, but it didn't look like he'd done anything to Shu. How could she know? Pinliang's centipede had turned into a dried-up centipede. Shu seems fine, she just fainted. Her body functions are normal, and her breathing is stable. It doesn't look like she's poisoned. It looks like she fainted after getting drunk, but there's no alcohol in her body. That's weird. Could it be that she's too tired? Lin Yi asked curiously after checking Yushu's condition. Oh, is that so? Meng Yaro found it strange as well, but Lin Yi said that Yushu was fine. She let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Since she's fine, let's carry her back to the dorms. She looks really tired. Okay. Lin Yi nodded and carried Yushu. He looked at the sad Pinliang and said, Pinliang, I'll fight with you in the afternoon. I'll take Shu back first. Okay. Pinliang wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What should he do? Should he run away? The centipede was dead. Wouldn't he get beaten up if he went on stage? He wasn't looking for trouble that badly, but running away was embarrassing enough. He'd just boasted this morning, saying that whoever didn't come was a son of a bitch. Could that son of a bitch be him? Pinliang was helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Liang bro, what do we do? Xiaofu didn't know what to do as well. What else can we do? Run, go back to the everyday sect and hide for a while. How did the centipede catch fire? That's weird. Pinliang had no other choice, he had to run. He'd lose the competition anyway, so he might as well not go. Just like that. Xiaofu paused, but after thinking about it, what else could he do? He nodded. Then let's go back to the dorms and pack up. Yeah, let's go. Pinliang made up his mind. Pinliang had no choice but to run. His centipede was dead, and he didn't have any trump cards he could use against Lin Yi. He could only hurry back to the dorms with Xiaofu, pack up their stuff, and leave the dorms quickly. However, the students who saw them didn't think that they'd run away, thinking that they were preparing for the match in the afternoon. Pinliang took advantage of the situation. The two quietly went to the parking lot, got into the car, and drove out of the school. Lin Yi sent Yushu back to Meng Yao's dorm, and since Yushu was indeed unconscious, the auntie at the door didn't stop Lin Yi from going upstairs. Lin Yi, is Shu really okay? Meng Yaro asked curiously as she looked at the unconscious Yushu on the bed. It's really fine, at least from what I can see. Her body functions are normal, she just fainted. Lin Yi said. She'll wake up in an hour or so if there are no accidents. That's good. Meng Yaro let out a breath of relief. Have you eaten yet? I haven't. Nope, I'll go buy some. Meng Yaro called Lin Yi over before he could eat. It's fine, there's some instant noodles in the dorm. I'll go make 2 bowls. I'm a little worried about Shu. Meng Yaro didn't have much of an appetite, so she went to make some instant noodles. Okay. Lin Yi nodded. The instant noodles were finished quickly, and since Shu was unconscious, Lin Yi and Meng Yaro sat there with nothing to do. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Chapter 2647. The two rarely had the chance to be alone, and they didn't know what to say. Lin Yi wanted to say something, but Meng Yaro spoke up as well. The two looked at each other and smiled. You first, Lin Yi smiled. I'm actually fine. I'm fine, I just wanted to ask, are you going to participate in Zhong Pingliang's challenge? Meng Yaro said with a smile, and the tension between the two dissipated in an instant. I don't want to go, but I have to go. He said that through the loudspeaker. I'm a coward if I don't go. Son of a bitch. Although I don't know who my mother is, I was raised by old Lin. Wouldn't I be insulting him? Lin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. That's true. That's true. Zhong Pingliang is really annoying. He's too stubborn. I don't like him, but he won't stop pestering me. If it wasn't for Shu, I don't know how much trouble I'd be in. Meng Yaro sighed. Just thinking about Zhong Pingliang gave her a headache. That's true, but he's quite loyal. It's just that his pestering is a bit abnormal. Lin Yi said, and this guy's luck is pretty good. Jian Wen cut off his kidney, and he's still alive. Forget it, since there's no other way, we'll go, Meng Yaro said. I wonder what Zhong Pingliang is relying on this time. According to his personality, He wouldn't challenge someone without something to rely on. We can only wait for Shu to wake up. Lin Yi knew that Yu Shu was going to find out Zhong Pingliang's trump card. An hour passed quickly. As the two were talking, Yu Shu opened her eyes, but she was a bit confused. Where am I? Huh. Yarrow sis, shield bro? You guys are here. This is the dorm. Shu, you fainted just now. What happened? Meng Yarrow saw that Yu Shu woke up and was happy. He quickly asked. Ah. Right, Pinliang said he was going to show me his ultimate move, but I got dizzy all of a sudden. Yu Shu remembered. I fainted. How could that be? Could it be Zhong Pingliang? Lin Yi thought of something all of a sudden. Did he do something to knock you out? Hey. I think so. I feel a pain in my leg. It was as if he had been bitten by something. I wanted to see what was going on, but I fainted. Yu Shu suddenly remembered the situation and quickly explained. Let me see, that leg. Lin Yi quickly asked. This is it. Yu Shu opened her pants, revealing her lotus root-like calf. There was indeed a row of small teeth marks on it. Yu Shu was shocked. What the hell is this? I think he was bitten by a bug. Let me see. Lin Yi said as he studied the bite marks on Yu Shu's calf. But he couldn't see anything. Could it be some kind of spirit beast? Did Zhong Pingliang get his hands on a spirit beast? It's possible. Shu, I know. This spirit beast must be Zhong Pingliang's trump card. He wants to bite Shield Bro in the afternoon and knock him out. Yu Shu immediately thought of the reason. His using me as an experiment. Yu Shu's deduction was pretty much the truth. But she didn't know Pinliang's motive. She thought that he was using her as an experiment. That's possible. Lin Yi nodded as he put his guard up. If Zhong Pingliang really used this spirit beast to bite people, then Lin Yi had to be careful. What if he fell for it and fainted? Wouldn't he lose before the battle even started? Shu, I really have to thank you this time. If you didn't put yourself in danger, I might have been careless. Oh, that's good. Shu didn't faint for nothing. But Zhong Pingliang sure is evil, using a spirit beast to bite me. Yu Shu raged. I'll make him suffer the next time I see him. But what Yu Shu didn't expect was that even if it wasn't for life, it was more or less the same. There wasn't any news from Pinliang for a long time. Meng Yarrow breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, Yu Shu missed Pinliang a little. It was lonely without someone to prank her. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the school's small field was filled with students. Many faculties didn't have classes on Monday afternoons this month, and Pinliang had chosen this day to join in the fun since everyone had nothing to do. Lin Yi, Meng Yarrow, and Yu Shu came to the school field together. Someone shouted, Lin Yi's here, and everyone's eyes focused on him. In actuality, Lin Yi wasn't a famous person in the school. He only gained some fame after beating Zhong Pingliang last time, and this time, Zhong Pingliang was challenging Lin Yi as well. This made Lin Yi a little more famous. Lin Yi and the others came to the center of the field and saw that Bai Weituo, He Mai Yu, Wang Xinyan, Han Jingjing, and the others were already there. Even Yu Coiling Tiger and Kang Jiaolong were here. But Zhong Pingliang was nowhere to be seen. According to the usual management, Zhong Pingliang would always arrive early, and Lin Yi would arrive on time. But this time, Lin Yi was here, but Zhong Pingliang wasn't. Where's Zhong Pingliang? Lin Yi paused and asked Bai Weituo. I don't see him. He hasn't shown up, and his follower isn't here either. If you weren't here, we would have thought that the challenge was cancelled. Bai Weituo said, confused. He's not here. Lin Yi was even more confused. With Zhong Pingliang's personality, he wouldn't be late. If he had the confidence to win, he would have come early. After waiting for a while, Lin Yi still didn't see Zhong Pingliang and Jiao Xiaofu. 20 minutes had already passed, and the students were getting impatient. They were all complaining about Zhong Pingliang breaking his promise and time. Helpless, Lin Yi took out his phone and dialed Zhong Pingliang's number. But the call went through, and the other side didn't pick up. Instead, the call was hung up. This made Lin Yi even more confused. What was Zhong Pingliang doing? He dialed again, and the call was hung up again. Lin Yi was helpless. He turned to the students, Who's in the same class as Zhong Pingliang? Someone go see if he's in the dorm. Chapter 2648. Pingliang's car is gone too. I went to the parking lot to take a look. Another person said. What? The dorm is gone, and the car is gone. He's not even picking up our calls. Is this kid messing with us? A classmate immediately complained after listening to him. Yeah, this guy disappeared after declaring war. Isn't he messing with us? Is he a son of a bitch? Another classmate cursed angrily. Lin Yi and the others waited for a while, and it was 2 in the afternoon, but Pingliang was still nowhere to be seen. Lin Yi had no choice but to retreat, and the other classmates dispersed as well. Pingliang, however, had confirmed his declaration of war in the morning. He was a coward, a son of a bitch, but Pingliang didn't care about that right now. He just wanted to get back to the everyday sect as soon as possible, and ask Master Chunyang what had happened to his centipede. That night, Pingliang finally made it back to the everyday sect. Naipao was very enthusiastic about Pingliang's return, but Master Chunyang's face darkened when he saw the centipede that had been turned into a dried one. This spirit beast was useless to the everyday sect, but it was still a treasure. If he sold it to a hidden house or a small sect, he'd be able to sell it for a few $100 million, but Pingliang had turned it into nothing. Of course, if it had just been the 100 drunken centipede, Heavenly Venerable Pure Yang wouldn't have been so angry. The key was that the mid-grade golden cicada undergarment and the black iron staff had both been lost by Zhong Pingliang. How could Master Chunyang be happy about this? You're saying that after this centipede bit that girl called Yushu, it started emitting smoke and became a dried centipede? Pure Yang looked at the dried centipede in his hand in disbelief as he asked with a dark expression on his face. Yeah. It seems like the centipede didn't come into contact with anything after that. That's it. Pingliang nodded after some thought. Bullshit. This isn't the first time this centipede has bitten someone. At most, it doesn't have any effect. I've never heard of a centipede emitting smoke. Pure Yang was furious. He felt that Pingliang was lying through his teeth. Master. I'm not lying, it's really like that. Pingliang said bitterly. He carefully said with a smile. I think you're lying through your teeth. Empyrean Pure Yang slapped the table and said, was it caused by Lin Yi? Master, calm down, I don't think Liang Bro's lying. That Yushu girl's a little weird, she might have smeared some poison on her body. Naipao quickly tried to help out upon seeing his master's anger. Oh, is that so? Pure Yang frowned, but Naipao was his beloved disciple, so he said that. Only then did he calm down a little and pick up the centipede again. After a while, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, this centipede seems to have been poisoned by fire poison. That's not poison. Not poison. Naipao paused as well, then, Zhong Pingliang, tell your master the truth. How did this centipede die? It's definitely not poison, it's probably the fire poison of a fire element practitioner, and it's something that only a practitioner who's trained to the extreme could do. Pure Yang said solemnly. He asked. Master, I'm not lying to you. This centipede only bit Yushu once. Other than me and Jiao Xiaofu, there was no one else. Pingliang said with certainty. So you're saying that Yushu is a fire element practitioner? Pure Yang asked. No, she's definitely not a practitioner. I haven't officially become one yet, but I'd be able to tell if someone else was a practitioner. Pingliang said. Plus, Naipao can also prove that Yushu isn't a practitioner. Naipao can prove that Yushu isn't a practitioner. Too, we've been in school together for 3 years. I know what kind of person she is. She's not a practitioner. Pure Yang didn't seem to believe Pingliang's words, but he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. Wait for me, I have something to confirm. Yes, master. Pingliang and Jiao Xiaofu didn't dare say much and nodded. Heavenly Venerate Pure Yang quickly returned to his residence and made a phone call. Soon, the voice of the Xianchen ancestor came through the phone. Pure Yang? Xianchen ancestor, it's me. Pure Yang didn't waste any time and said hurriedly, I have something to confirm with you. There's a person called Yushu in Donghai City. Do you know her? Why, you want to touch her? The Xianchen ancestor's tone suddenly changed. You can't touch this person. She's a pawn in my plan. No matter what grudge you have with her, you have to put it down first. Do you hear me? Shenchen ancestor, I have no grudge with her. Don't worry. Pure Yang heard the Shenchen ancestor's tone and felt extremely aggrieved, but he had to be very respectful to him. The Five Elements sect and the Everyday and Sun sect were both primordial sects 1,000 years ago, but both sects declined and were eliminated from the ranks of the primordial sects. When the other primordial sects moved to Heaven Island, they were excluded. In the past 1,000 years, the Five Elements sect and the Everyday and Sun sect had planned to return to Heaven Island and return to the level of the primordial sects. However, the Five Elements sect became more and more powerful, while the Everyday and Sun sect declined. As a result, the Everyday and Sun sect, which used to be on an equal footing with the Five Elements sect, was reduced to an existence similar to the primordial sects. From a cooperative relationship with the Five Elements sect, it became almost a subsidiary relationship. However, Pure Yang couldn't do anything. After all, the Shenchen ancestor was not only a generation older than him, but the Everyday and Sun sect really didn't have many powerful people. Other than Kwangyo ancestral master who had been in seclusion for a long time, the most powerful person was him, Pure Yang, but even he was not a match for the Shenchen ancestor. This was also because of an accident that happened more than 10 years ago. Two extreme external masters forcibly took away Kwangyo ancestral master's senior brother, Kwanglong ancestral master, and killed the second senior brother, Kwangpang ancestral master. This greatly damaged the strength of the Everyday and Sun sect. On the other hand, the Five Elements sect had always been low-key, especially during the period when the Shenchen ancestor was in charge. It was so low-key that the outside world even thought that the Shenchen ancestor, an alchemist, was an independent cultivator. Chapter 2649. Only a few heads of the ancient sects knew about this secret. The rest of the sects didn't know about it. This also allowed the Five Elements sect to luckily escape the calamity of that year and preserve their strength. That's for the best. The Shenchen ancestor nodded and said, "How's your disciple Zhong Naipao's chrysanthemum arts? What level is he at?" "He's at the 2nd level now. He hasn't reached perfection yet." Pure Yang said. "Only the 2nd level, we need to hurry. He'll be one of the most important chess pieces." The Shenchen ancestor said. "Don't worry, Elder Shenchen. Zhong Naipao's training speed is very fast, and this plan isn't just your sects. We, the Everyday and Everyday sect, have been waiting for this moment for a long time. In order to return to the Archean plane, Pure Yang could only bow and kneel before the Five Elements sect." "That's good. I'll hang up first if there's nothing else. Don't mention Yushu to anyone." The Shenchen ancestor said. "Okay." Pure Yang Tianzuan hung up the phone. This time, he believed Zhong Pingliang's word. However, he was also cursing Pingliang's bad luck. He could have used the centipede to bite anyone, but he had to bite Yushu, a fire inheritor. Although the Shenchen ancestor didn't say it clearly, Pure Yang Skymaster had already guessed it. Returning to the previous room, Pure Yang knew the whole story, but he was still very unhappy with Zhong Pingliang. He couldn't be angry at Zhong Pingliang because Zhong Naipao was here. If it were any other disciple, even if they weren't killed by Pure Yang to vent their anger, they would have been chased off the mountain a long time ago. But since it involved Zhong Naipao, Pure Yang could only endure it for now. He tolerated Zhong Naipao not only because he was his beloved disciple, but also because he practiced the chrysanthemum arts. It would be an important part of the future plan, so Pure Yang tolerated Zhong Pingliang again and again. "All right. Zhong Pingliang, I've figured it out, and I believe what you said." Pure Yang didn't blame Zhong Pingliang anymore, but waved his hand and said, "However, I don't have any good way for you to go back and take revenge for now. It's fine, I'm not in a hurry." "Thank you for your trust, Master." Pinliang breathed out in relief, not daring to ask for more. After all, he had already lost 3 treasures. Yes, according to the rules of the Everyday and Everyday sect, outer disciples can choose a place to live in the back mountain. Here, you and Jiao Xiaofu can stay here for now, and Naipao will bring you guys to choose a place. You guys can train here for now, and I'll come find you when I have a better idea. Pure Yang couldn't be bothered with Pinliang any longer, and sent him to the back mountain. Letting him go to the back mountain to train on his own wouldn't make Naipao feel bad. Out of sight, out of mind. However, Zhong Pingliang didn't know what Master Chunyang was thinking. He quickly thanked him. Thank you, Master. I'll stay here and cultivate then. Pinliang didn't dare go back to school for a while. He'd boasted before, but he didn't have the guts to challenge them. Wasn't he just a coward and a son of a bitch? Pinliang would definitely be cursed at when he got back. As a result, he decided to wait for the matter to die down first. Liang bro, what do you think of these houses? Naipao brought Pinliang and Xiaofu to the back mountain. He said apologetically. The ones with nice views are all taken by the more experienced outer disciples. You're a latecomer, Liang bro. I can use my authority to find you a good place, but that'll have to wait until after the new year when the resources are redistributed. You'll have to make do with it for the next 2 months. It's fine, Pinliang said with a wave of his hand. I think this place is fine. It's quiet, and no one's bothering us. The outer disciples wake up early to train in those crowded places, especially the physical practitioners. They're always making noises all day, disturbing my sleep. That's true. Naipao nodded. My house is in the inner sect. If it weren't for the sect rules, you guys could live with me, Liang bro. My place is really big, and I can't use it all by myself. Haha, Pao, I'm very happy that you're willing. Pinliang patted Naipao on the shoulder. The best decision I've ever made in my life was taking you in as my follower. I can see that if it weren't for you, Master wouldn't even care about me, let alone give me the mystic treasure to fight Lin Yi. I even broke the mystic treasure, and he didn't even blame me for it. It's all because of you, Naipao said with a smile. Naipao's eyes lit up. Liang bro, don't say that. When I was in trouble, it was you who helped me out, Liang bro. My family would have been dead a long time ago, and I wouldn't be able to train here in peace. Naipao shook his head. Liang bro, just stay here for now. When the time comes, I'll see if I can get you another mystic treasure so you can go back and teach Lin Yi a lesson. Alright, there's no rush. I'm very happy that you're willing. Pinliang was overjoyed. Donghai Industry University. Pinliang and Jiao Xiaofu were nowhere to be seen even after school ended. The two had disappeared just like that, and the challenge had turned into a farce. What confused Lin Yi, however, was that Pinliang clearly had a trump card, so why did he give up on the challenge all of a sudden? Could it be that his spirit beast was broken? Or could it be that it could only be used once and wouldn't work after that? Of course, Lin Yi never would have thought that Pinliang's spirit beast would turn into a dried centipede, poisoned by Yushu's fire. Shield bro, Pinliang really didn't come. Yushu's leg had healed completely, and there were no side effects. She was just as confused as Lin Yi was, however, as to why Pinliang didn't come, and why was there no news from him at all. I'm not sure, who knows what he's doing? But he's the one who stood me up, so it's not my fault. Lin Yi shook his head, started the car, and drove towards the Shueshang district. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that there was someone standing in front of his villa, pacing back and forth. He didn't know what he was up to, but if it weren't for the familiarity of the silhouette, Lin Yi would have thought it was a thief with bad intentions. After pressing the horn twice, Lin Yi parked the car in the yard, and the person waiting at the door saw Lin Yi's car coming in and immediately followed. Yu Dake. Lin Yi looked at the person, a little surprised it was Yu Dake, the one from the hidden house of the right that wanted to commit suicide, the one he met at the Hidden House Summit. Chapter 2650. Normally, Lin Yi wouldn't remember a minor character's name, but since Yu Dake was Xiaoka's brother, Lin Yi naturally remembered his name. Heh, Mr. Lin, you remember me. Yu Dake heard Lin Yi call out his name right away and was happy. It saved him the trouble of introducing himself. Of course, but why are you here? Lin Yi was curious why Yu Dake was here. Could it be that Yu Panhu found out that Han Jingjing's tablet was a new one, and there were only notes in it? Did he send Yu Dake here to continue exchanging Han Jingjing's notes? Mr. Lin, you saved me at the Hidden House Summit. I said I would repay you. Yu Dake said solemnly, I've been looking for a chance to find you, Mr. Lin, but I haven't had the chance. You know that I can't leave easily while I'm in the hidden house. Oh, it doesn't matter. I saved you at the right time, and because of my relationship with your sister, I'll naturally help you. Lin Yi said, let's not talk at the door. Let's talk inside. Okay. Yu Dake nodded and entered the villa with Lin Yi, Meng Yaro, and Yu Shu. Han Jingjing and Han Xiaochao went back to their own villa. After entering the living room, Yu Dake acted a little restrained and respectful towards Lin Yi. He stood there, not daring to sit down. Sit. Lin Yi didn't expect Yu Dake to be so nervous. He couldn't help but smile. I'm very close with your sister, you don't have to be so polite. Lin Yi didn't act too close to Yu Dake at the Hidden House Summit because he didn't want people to see it. This time, however, Lin Yi's attitude was much better. Of course, this was also because Lin Yi and Xiaoke's relationship had gotten closer after what happened at the practitioners' market. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Yu Dake rubbed his hands and sat on the sofa. Meng Yaro poured a glass of water for Yu Dake. Lin Yi, this is? Who's his sister? Oh, I didn't tell you. This is Yu Dake, Yu Xiaoke's brother, but they were separated when they were young. Lin Yi introduced. Currently, Yu Dake is a guest of the Hidden House Yu. When I first met him, it was at the Hidden Family Summit. Ah, you're Xiaoke's brother. Yu Shu realized. Then why did he say you saved him? What's going on? You're both Mr. Lin's wives, right? I'll explain it myself, it's like this. Yu Dake didn't wait for Lin Yi to speak before explaining the situation to Meng Yaro and Yu Shu. Meng Yaro was a little shy when Dake called her Mrs. Lin Yi, but she didn't refute it. Yu Shu accepted the title without hesitation. Yu Shu was furious after listening to Dake's story. This hidden house Yu really is a piece of trash. You can't even bear to part with a few pills. It's fine, I'm their guest. I can only get paid if I do things for them, and if I don't, they have no obligation to give me pills. Yu Dake smiled bitterly. Hidden House Yu has a lot of freelancers coming to join them. They don't need me. Oh, then you said you're here to thank Shield Bro. How are you going to thank him? Yu Shu asked. Shield Bro? Yu Dake paused, but he thought that it might be Lin Yi's nickname, so he didn't mind it. He said directly, Mr. Lin, to be honest, I'm a freelancer, and I don't belong to any sects. You know that it's very difficult for freelancers to break through, and we're completely different from rich kids like you, Mr. Lin. We don't have a master to guide us, and we don't have resources. Those rich kids eat pills like candy, but we can't even get them with money. We can only figure out things we don't understand on our own, and we don't have a master to protect us when we break through, so everything is so difficult. Wait, let me say this first, I'm also a freelancer. Lin Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. In the eyes of outsiders, he was a rich kid. What a joke, but thinking about the strength and speed Lin Yi was showing now, it was normal for people to misunderstand. In fact, Lin Yi knew that what Yu Dake was talking about was exactly what he had been suffering all these years. Sometimes, when he saw Zhao Qibing suddenly become an Earth-class master, Lin Yi really envied him. Although relying on pills to increase strength wasn't stable, if he didn't do proper training and support, he wouldn't be a match for those practitioners who leveled up step by step. First of all, there was a huge difference in battle experience. Comparing the two, it was like comparing two people with the same weight, one was fat, the other was muscular, and the two's combat ability was like heaven and earth. So even though Zhao Qibing had a body full of strength, he was like a person who didn't turn fat into muscle. His combat ability was far from the level of an Earth-class master, but this incredible speed of training still made Lin Yi envious. Although Lin Yi had two masters, both of them didn't teach him anything about training. One taught him assassination methods and the butterfly microsteps, which was comparable to the speed of a sky-class master, and the other taught him medicine and helped him train his physique. But in terms of training, Lin Yi still had to find his way forward by himself. The only person who knew a little bit could guide him was Zhao Yazi, Zhao Laro, who could be considered as half a master. Moreover, he was a person with incomplete memories, and he didn't know anything. This made Lin Yi feel incomparable pain. It could be said that Lin Yi's achievement today was completely based on his own hard work. Although he was famous in front of others, and could intimidate the sky-class masters, but how could others know the hardships he went through when he trained behind the scenes? 1 minute in front of the stage, 10 years of hard work behind the stage. Now, Lin Yi wasn't afraid to announce his identity as a freelancer because Lin Yi was gradually gaining control of the noble houses, and in the hidden noble houses, Lin Yi was also faintly dominating them. The only thing left was the ancient level. At this level, there was no meaning in pretending to have a mysterious background. Your strength was there, no use in pretending, unless you really had a master behind you who could really show up. Ah! Mr. Lin is also a freelancer? Yu Dake looked at Lin Yi in shock, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Haha, of course. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. It can't be, Mr. Lin is now an Earth-class master at the peak of the middle phase, and he can even kill a Sky-class master in a second. How can he be a freelancer? I always thought that Mr. Lin had a master behind him to guide him. Yu Dake didn't think that Lin Yi was lying to him, but he was just too shocked. Chapter 2651. Let's not talk about this first. Let's continue talking about your matter. Lin Yi waved his hand. He saw that the topic was getting out of hand, so he said, "Oh, okay." Yu Dake nodded and said, "I went from the lowest level of cultivator all the way to the middle stage of the Earth class. Of course, I served the Yu family and was rewarded with some medicinal pellets and treasures for cultivation, but these are only a few. If I wasn't an early stage Earth class master, the Yu family wouldn't have accepted me. My early stage Earth class didn't rely on medicinal pellets, nor did I rely on bitter cultivation. I relied on another way." "Another way?" Lin Yi was slightly stunned. "It's this thing." Yu Dake took out a small antique box from his pocket and carefully opened it. He took out a small white stone and handed it to Lin Yi. "Mr. Lin, please take a look." "Oh? White energy stone?" Lin Yi took the thing that Yu Dake handed over and was slightly stunned, because the thing in Yu Dake's hand was the same thing as the treasure that he and Sun Jingyi found in the Wulenhout mountain range. "Oh, Mr. Lin knows this thing?" Yu Dake was stunned, but then he suddenly said, "No wonder. Mr. Lin should have this thing too. Otherwise, Mr. Lin's cultivation speed can't be so fast. No, I have a friend who has one, but it has been used up." Lin Yi said, "Your piece should have been used up too, right? The treasure you gave me is this." Lin Yi couldn't feel the chi fluctuations in this energy stone, so it should be the same as Sun Jingyi's. The energy inside was used up. What puzzled Lin Yi was why Yu Dake gave him this thing. "That's not it. This piece of mine has been used, but I know a place where there should be some unused energy stones," Yu Dake said. "Oh, there's actually a place that produces this kind of energy stone?" Lin Yi's heart stirred. Although this energy stone wasn't very useful to Lin Yi for the time being, it wasn't very useful to him. However, for other cultivators, it should be of some use. At the very least, they could sell it for a high price and exchange it for some good items. Therefore, Lin Yi was still very interested. "Yes, all those years ago, I obtained this small box in a cave, and there was an energy stone within the box. At the same time, there is also a treasure map. The location marked on the treasure map is said to have a lot of energy stones." Yu Dake said, "But I went there once, but I couldn't find it. That place is too big, and it's a boundless desert. I can't confirm the coordinates and location of the treasure map." "So that's how it is." Lin Yi nodded. "This is the treasure map you said you were going to give me?" "That's right. I know that this treasure map is somewhat illusory. If I can't find it, it's equivalent to a piece of waste paper, but it's the most important and precious thing I can take out. This is the only way." Yu Dake spread his hands helplessly and smiled bitterly. "This is also the only way I can repay you for saving my life." "Hehe, if that's the case, then it would be impolite of me to refuse." Lin Yi smiled and took the map that Yu Dake handed over. He glanced at it and found that this map was very similar to the map in Sun Jingyi's hands. He didn't expect that these cultivators liked to draw unclear maps. They didn't mark the specific location and just drew a diagram. Then, he pointed out the location of the treasure on it. "It's so simple." "Yeah." Yu Dake nodded and sighed. "When I was looking for this map, I spent a lot of effort. I compared it with the satellite map on the internet. I analyzed it for half a year before I came to a specific conclusion. It's just that after I went there, I found that it was an endless desert. In the desert, there are no landmarks to speak of. I can't determine the location on this treasure map at all, unless I can fly high enough to see the whole picture of the desert, but the helicopter I took won't work. I compared the coordinates of the online map and used the satellite positioning system, but I didn't find anything. This map should be more than 1,000 years ago. Even the overall shape of the desert has changed greatly, so I'm not sure if the new coordinates that I've determined are the same as the previous coordinate. Even if there is an error of a few kilometers, I won't be able to find it. Lin Yi looked at the map and nodded in agreement. It was a little easier back in Wulenhout Mountains. The terrain there was still unique, and it wasn't exactly the same. There was also the highest point at the top of the mountain that could see the entire map. But the desert was different. Even if the shape of the desert was drawn, it was still difficult to determine the exact location in the boundless desert. Thanks, I'll accept this map. Lin Yi said. Where is this desert? What's it called now? It didn't matter if they could find it or not. This treasure map was a token of Yudake's sincerity, and he gave it to Lin Yi with a heart full of gratitude. Naturally, Lin Yi couldn't reject it. It was a little hard to find, but Lin Yi could go take a look when he had time. Wow, Shield Bro, let me see the treasure map. Yushu took the map from Lin Yi's hands and looked at it. But in an instant, Yushu's face changed slightly before returning to normal. This place. This desert must be really hot. This desert is now called the Hakunamata Desert. It's uninhabited. It's really hot. It's said that there's a volcano at the end of the desert, and the desert is already dry and hot. If Mr. Lin is interested, I can bring you there. All the treasures we find will belong to Mr. Lin. I won't take anything. Yudake said. Of course, this kind of heat is still bearable for us practitioners. Of course, when Yudake talked about the origin of the map and the location, he held back a little. But it wasn't something important. It was about Yudake, and it didn't have much to do with Lin Yi or the treasure, so he didn't go into details. We'll talk about it later. Lin Yi remembered the name of the desert. As expected, it wasn't a common place. There probably weren't many adventurers or tourists. It was a very desolate place. Okay. Yudake could tell that Lin Yi didn't seem to be very interested. He didn't say anything else and only continued. Then, he stopped here and looked at Lin Yi as if he was hesitating about something. Chapter 2652. Why? Is there anything else? Lin Yi looked at Yudake and asked, just say it, don't hesitate. It's like this. Mr. Lin, can you take me to see my sister? Although Yudake said that he didn't want to disturb his sister's life, it was different now. After going back, Yudake couldn't help but miss his sister. He even wanted to reunite with her as soon as possible. This time, he also wanted Lin Yi to take him to see his sister. That's why he hesitated. Of course, no problem. Lin Yi smiled, understanding Dake's feelings. He said that he didn't want to see it, but now that he knew about it, he'd think about it often. He wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't see it. Tomorrow morning, I've raised some money for her orphanage. I'll just send the check to her. Dake nodded. Okay, I'll send it to her tomorrow. Tomorrow? How about today? Dake asked carefully. I can't go out for too long. I'm afraid that the hidden house you will be suspicious. If they know that I'm looking for Mr. Lin, they won't let me go easily. Today is fine too. Let's go now. Lin Yi stood up and said, Yao Yao, Shu, I'm going back to Songshan. Do you have anything to do? The weather is getting colder. Can you help us find some winter clothes? Meng Yao thought about it and asked. Okay, I'll go first. Lin Yi said and left the villa with Yudake. They got in the car and went straight to Songshan. In fact, what Lin Yi didn't know was that there was another familiar person on the way to Songshan. It was Tang Yuqi. Tang Yuqi came back from overseas to fulfill his father's wish. Tang Yuqi's father used to be from Songshan, but because his family was poor, he was adopted by a rich family. Not long after, the family moved overseas. After so many years, Tang Yuqi's grandfather, who was also Tang Yuqi's father's adoptive father, passed away. Tang Yuqi's father was not young anymore. Old people liked to return to their roots. Tang Yuqi's father still had a younger brother here. If he could find him, Tang Yuqi's father planned to come back. If he couldn't find him, he wouldn't know anyone after he came back. Naturally, it would be meaningless. Of course, whether he came back or not was secondary. The main thing was that he wanted to have a family. He was adopted, so he didn't have any relatives overseas. She felt a little lonely during Chinese New Year and always dreamed that her younger brother's family could also come overseas as guests. Therefore, Tang Yuqi took it very seriously. After staying overnight in Donghai City, he rented a car and headed to Songshan. Lin Yi and Yu Daik arrived at the Songshan orphanage together. Xiao Ken welcomed them as soon as the car entered the courtyard. He was directing the unloading of the goods in the parking lot at the entrance of the orphanage. Naturally, he was happy to see Lin Yi. Lin Yi bro. Xiao Ken ran over quickly. Are you looking for Xiaoke sis? Yes, is she here? Lin Yi asked. She is. But she should be in her dorm at this time. Just go find her. Okay, then go do what you need to do. I'll go find her. Lin Yi nodded and drove the car to the orphanage staff dorm. Originally, Xiaoke and the dean could have designed a big house in the orphanage, but both of them rejected Fatty Lai's design when he brought them the blueprint. They wanted to make all the dorms the same size. There were more and more children in the orphanage, and they needed to hire more staff to take care of them. The orphanage was private, and all the expenses had to be borne by the dean and Xiaoke. Naturally, they wanted to save as much as they could and gave the extra room to the new staff. Lin Yi knew all the security guards in the orphanage, and he was the one who'd brought Yu Daik with him. The two went up the stairs without any obstruction. My sister is still living in the orphanage? Yu Daik didn't dare to ask along the way. He only knew that Xiaoke was in the orphanage, and that Lin Yi had raised a large sum of money for the orphanage. He didn't know that Xiaoke was in charge of the orphanage. Xiaoke and the dean are in charge of the orphanage together. The child you saw just now is called Xiao Ken. He's Xiaoke's assistant. Lin Yi explained. Your sister is working very hard. She worries about the children's livelihood every day. Don't underestimate the expenses of the orphanage. They spend money like water. Yu Daik paused. There was a lot of information in Lin Yi's words. He needed to digest it carefully. You're saying that my sister is in charge of the entire operation of the orphanage? And she has to run around for the orphanage's expenses? Something like that. Lin Yi nodded. Our school helped raise more than 100 million this time. I don't know how long it'll last. 100 million won't last long. Yu Daik's eyes widened. No way. How much can these children cost? Even if there are a few hundred of them, it'll only be a few 100,000 a month at most, right? You don't know how expensive food is. If it's just food, it might be enough, but there are more than a few hundred children here. Up until the last time I talked to Xiaoke, there were more than 10,000 orphans here. Most of them were born with congenital and acquired diseases. The treatment fee for these orphans is more than 100 times the cost of food. Lin Yi sighed. He felt that Xiaoke was working very hard. The orphanage had entered an endless cycle of expansion. More and more orphans with diseases were sent here. With Xiaoke's personality, she wouldn't reject them. She could only continue to expand the orphanage. Of course, Lin Yi could treat these sick orphans himself. However, Lin Yi's time and energy were limited. Treating an orphan might take a few hours or a few months. If he stayed in the orphanage, he could save a lot of money. However, it would delay Lin Yi's training. It wasn't practical. I see. After Yu Daik heard this, he nodded. Obviously, he was silently calculating in his heart. Tens of thousands of children, and many of them were sick. This expenditure was definitely an astronomical figure. Chapter 2653. A hidden new family required tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of expenses every month. Although there was money to buy alchemy materials, how many people were there in the Yu family? Not to mention this orphanage. The two of them went upstairs together. Lin Yi stopped at the door of a room and knocked on it. Who is it? Not long after, Xiaoke's tired voice came from inside. On the other hand, Yu Daik was very excited. His whole body was trembling. Although this voice was unfamiliar, it gave him an inexplicable sense of intimacy. It made him want to immediately push the door open and walk in. Lin Yi also saw Yu Dake's reaction, patted him on the shoulder, gave him a comforting smile, and then said, "Xiao Ku, it's me." Xiaoke opened the door and frowned when she saw Lin Yi. "Why are you here?" "Xiaoke. I. Yu Dake was so excited that he automatically ignored Xiaoke's attitude towards Lin Yi. He was so nervous that he couldn't speak. "Who are you?" Xiaoke looked strangely at the excited big brother beside Lin Yi. "You know me?" Of course I know you, you're my sister," Yu Dake said excitedly. Although Yu Xiaoke had grown up, she still looked the same as she did in the photo, so Yu Dake was sure that this person in front of him was his long-lost sister. "Lin Yi, you brought a psycho?" Xiaoke looked at Lin Yi with black lines on her forehead. "Just who is this person?" "Xiao Ku, he's called Yu Dake. He's your brother." Lin Yi was also embarrassed as he explained to Yu Xiaoke. But it was no wonder, since Yu Dake was older and could remember things from a young age. Yu Xiaoke, on the other hand, was too young to remember anything about Yu Dake. "Yu Dake? My brother?" Xiaoke paused for a moment before answering. He looked at Yu Dake suspiciously. In Xiaoke's memory, she did have a brother, but she didn't remember much at that time. She didn't remember much about her brother, but she remembered the name Yu Dake. She did not tell anyone, not even the old director of the orphanage. This also meant that Lin Yi shouldn't have found a random person to deceive her. If he really wanted to deceive her, he would have made up a name called Yu Dake instead of Yu Dake. "Yes, Xiao Ku, you remember?" Yu Dake asked excitedly. "No." Xiaoke shook her head, "But I remember I have a brother, but I can't remember anything related to him." "Come in first." Regardless of whether it was real or not, where did Lin Yi find it? Even Xiaoke couldn't reject him, but she was still suspicious of Dake's background. This was also a precaution against Lin Yi. Lin Yi's sudden visit at night, and he even brought someone who claimed to be her brother. Anyone would be suspicious of this. Lin Yi wanted to enter, but Xiaoke stopped him. She said calmly, "I'm sorry, Lin Yi. I want to talk to him alone." He. "Okay." Lin Yi didn't say much. He just nodded and stood at the door. Xiaoke was about to close the door. Although Yu Dake felt that it wasn't good to shut Lin Yi outside, he thought that Xiaoke wanted to confirm something with him. However, he thought that Yu Xiao wanted to confirm something with him and couldn't let an outsider be present, so he could only apologize to Lin Yi. "Mr. Lin, please wait for a moment. We'll let you in once we confirm your identity." "Okay, it's fine." Lin Yi smiled. Xiaoke saw that Yu Dake was so respectful to Lin Yi, and she was a little annoyed. Why was her brother acting like Lin Yi's lackey? In fact, Xiaoke was 80% sure of Yu Dake's identity. After all, there weren't many people who knew her brother's name. After closing the door, Yu Dake was a little excited and restrained. He didn't know if he should stand or sit. He looked at Xiaoke's room. Other than a bed, there was only a writing desk. There was only one chair in front of the writing desk. So, Yu Dake either sat on the chair or the bed. There was no other place to sit. "Please sit." Xiaoke took out a folding chair out of nowhere. She opened it and placed it in front of Yu Dake. Then, she sat on the chair in front of the writing desk and stared at Yu Dake. "Are you really my brother?" "Xiaoke, I'm really your brother." Yu Dake nodded with certainty. "I know you might have doubts, but look at this picture first." Yu Dake knew that thousands of words couldn't compare to a picture. Although the Photoshop technology was good, no matter how much they photoshopped, it was impossible to recreate a person's appearance when they were young. Xiaoke looked at Dake as he took out an old-fashioned pocket watch and carefully passed it to her. This kind of thing wasn't common in modern society anymore. Xiaoke quickly took it and opened it. Huh! She was a little surprised. The girl in the picture was Xiaoke herself. Xiaoke didn't have this picture, but when she was young, the dean had taken a picture of her. Every child in the orphanage would have a picture of them when they first came to the orphanage. It wasn't for anything else, but it was so that when they grew up and looked for their parents, they would have a proof of what they looked like when they were young. Xiaoke had seen her own picture before, and she looked exactly the same as the girl in the picture. The angle of the two pictures were completely different, so it shouldn't be photoshopped. Then, the only explanation was that this person in front of her was really her brother. This is you and me? Xiaoke asked after a moment of silence. Yes, this is the only picture we had when we were young. It's also the proof that I've been looking for you all these years. Yu Dake sighed, but because of some special reasons, I didn't dare to look for you openly. I'm sorry. No, it's not your fault. Are you really my brother? Xiaoke was confused. Although she knew that she had a brother, it was only in the depths of her memories. She didn't even have an impression of him. Now that he suddenly appeared in front of her, she couldn't accept it. Yes, if you don't believe me, there's a small red birthmark on your right foot. Yu Dake said, although I could remember things back then, I didn't remember much. This is all I remember. Chapter 2654. Xiaoke didn't suspect anything anymore. She did have a red birthmark on her right foot, and it was very small. Even the dean didn't notice it, and she didn't mention it to anyone else. Lin Yi didn't know about it, and this person in front of her knew about it. He must be her brother. Xiaoke had been an orphan since young, and now that she had a brother, she was both happy and nervous. She raised her head and looked at Yu Dake, but it wasn't easy for her to call him brother. Xiaoke, I know you still have doubts, but medical technology is so advanced now. We just need to do a DNA test to prove our relationship. If you don't believe me, we can do it tomorrow, Yu Dake said nervously. Bro. Xiaoke couldn't hold back the excitement in her heart after hearing Dake's words. The word bro came out of her mouth, and her tears fell down. Although she had the old dean's care and the orphanage children's company, the loneliness of not having a family was especially obvious during the holidays. Xiaoke didn't think that she would finally have a big brother, sister. Yu Dake heard Xiaoke call him and was extremely excited. You believe me? Actually, I believed you from the start. Xiaoke sighed. It's just that it was too sudden, and I couldn't accept it. Now that I've calmed down, I'm very happy. Yes, I'm very happy too. Yu Dake nodded heavily. Tell me about my childhood. Yu Xiao laughed. What about our parents? When we were young. Our parents. Yu Dake was silent. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. What's wrong? Xiaoke asked curiously after seeing Dake's expression. There are some things that I don't want you to know. I can bear it myself, and I don't want to burden you. Yu Dake sighed. I've heard from Mr. Lin that you've shouldered too many responsibilities and burdens for the orphanage. Could it be that our parents were? Xiaoke was smart, and she'd seen many orphans who'd had their families annihilated, so it was easy for her to link it to herself. This. Yu Dake sighed helplessly. I didn't want to say it at first, but I didn't expect you to guess it. Yes, our parents were killed by our enemies, and you and I are lucky to be alive. But my strength is not enough to take revenge, and I don't want you to live in hatred. You just need to understand these things. There's no need to know too much, okay? Xiaoke nodded. Since Yu Dake didn't want to talk about it, she wouldn't ask. Her feelings for her parents were much weaker than Yu Dake's, and she didn't have much of an impression of them. Her relationship with the headmaster was even deeper. Then how did you and Lin Yi meet? Xiaoke was worried about her brother's relationship with Lin Yi. She knew that Lin Yi was plotting against her, but she couldn't do anything about it. She could only accept it, and accept it. Now that her brother was with Lin Yi, and he seemed to listen to Lin Yi, Xiaoke was worried. In fact, Xiaoke was grateful to Lin Yi from the bottom of her heart. If it wasn't for him, she would have to reject all the abandoned babies from all over the country. Xiaoke understood that even if she didn't take them in, other orphanages would take them in, but how many orphanages could afford the expensive treatment? If the treatment was cheap, the parents wouldn't be so cruel as to abandon them. Xiaoke knew that it wouldn't be good for her to keep accepting Lin Yi's help. She might even be forced to do something that would betray the male thief, but she had no other choice. Sometimes, life was like this. Things wouldn't always go according to one's wishes. Xiaoke couldn't help but sigh as she thought about her future with the male thief. Dake didn't notice Xiaoke's helpless expression. He was happily talking about how he got injured at the Hidden House Summit, and how Lin Yi saved him. He was filled with gratitude towards Lin Yi. Xiaoke, Mr. Lin is a good person. It's rare to see a good person like him these days. Not only did he help me recover, he's also helping you with the orphanage. He's our savior. As the saying goes, when you receive a drop of kindness from someone, you must repay it with a fountain. So, us siblings must remember this kindness in our hearts for the rest of our lives. No matter what Mr. Lin asks of us, we must do our best. If we can do it, we must do it. Xiaoke listened to her brother's words, and her heart was in a mess. She lowered her head silently, not knowing how to answer her brother. Yes, Lin Yi saved her brother, and he supported the orphanage so much. He didn't owe her anything, but she and her brother owed him. But even so, she didn't have to repay him with her body, did she? If it were any other way, Xiaoke would nod without hesitation, but now, looking at her brother praising Lin Yi non-stop, Xiaoke was a little annoyed. Her hatred for Lin Yi surged up once more. What was it that couldn't be said face to face? Why did she have to get her brother to be a lobbyist? Let her brother keep praising him in front of her, and then she fell for him? What made Xiaoke angry was that Lin Yi clearly liked her, but he didn't admit it. Xiaoke knew Lin Yi's personality a little. He wasn't a very warm-hearted person. Was he an idiot? Why would he keep helping the orphanage? Most of his company's profits went to the orphanage, and yet he was still helping the orphanage every day. Xiaoke really didn't believe that Lin Yi just wanted to help her. It wasn't realistic. Who? Xiaoke didn't want to listen anymore, so she raised her head and changed the topic. Brother,